Once the standards take effect, American families are expected to save an average of $6,000 over the lifetime of a light-duty vehicle, including fuel, operation, and maintenance costs. So today, we're going to hear a lot of false claims from my Republican colleagues. They're going to falsely say that this rule is a mandate. But let me be perfectly clear. EPA standards are not an electric vehicle mandate. They are technology neutral and performance-based as required by the Clean Air Act. Auto manufacturers have the flexibility to meet the standards with a wide range of clean vehicle technologies like hybrids, plug-in hybrids, fuel cell, internal combustion engines, and full battery electric. Manufacturers can choose the best options for them and to meet the needs of their customers. EPA worked closely with stakeholders to ensure that the final rule is ambitious and achievable and benefits all Americans. And that's why EPA's final clean vehicle rule is supported by a diverse coalition of auto workers, automakers, public health, and environmental groups. Now, the Biden-Harris administration's rule accelerates the adoption of cleaner vehicle technologies that will offer expanded, better choices for consumers, lower costs, and make sure that the United States dominates the next century's worth of clean technology. This Republican resolution reverses course, putting all of this at risk and replacing it with nothing. What's more, it also prevents any future administration from taking similar action. And that's a recipe for disaster for our economy, the American people, and for our climate. Madam Speaker, I just received the SAP, the Statement of Administration Policy from the Biden administration. I'm not going to read it all, but I just want to read the last part of it where it says, this rule is supported by U.S. automakers and auto workers and would jeopardize development, and that repealing it would jeopardize development in a critical technology sector, ceding the electric vehicle and battery future to global competitors like China. I hear all the time my colleagues on the other side talking about communist China, talking about Beijing and how we, are not keeping up with them. Well, you will be doing exactly the opposite with this repeal of the rule. You will give China, communist China, the competitive edge. And with that, I urge all of my colleagues to vote no on HJ Res 136, and I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the prime sponsor of this legislation, the gentleman, the champion from Michigan, Mr. John James.
Thank you,
the gentleman is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to be here today, and I'd like to remind my colleagues that you don't fight communism with communism. And that's exactly what this government takeover our American automotive industry is. I want to thank, again, Chairwoman Rogers for her unwavering support of this resolution and her leadership, and for Leader Scalise for his support on getting this to the floor as well. You have been leaders not just on this issue, but on so many issues that are important to the livelihoods of Americans. Before again, I want to acknowledge how personal this moment is for me. My father was just inducted into the Automotive Hall of Fame last night. He started his trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses in 1971, and had to fight all the way up to the Supreme Court for the next 7 years for the right to be able to travel across state lines. He was a pioneer, not just as an African-American MBE, not just as an African-American in the industry, but for all small business. My father fought to deregulate, to preserve the American dream in the country. And 50 years later, his son is standing before you here today, fighting to deregulate, to fight for the American dream in this country. The burdensome regulations that are choking out jobs from my district and yours. It's the end of September. And in the beginning of October, in my district, in Warren, 2,450 UAW jobs are going to be sent from Warren, not to Sterling Heights, but to Saltillo, Mexico. Why? Because the automotive industry is in survival mode because of policies just like this. And the audacity of my colleagues on the left to say that we are wasting time. I hope that every single UAW worker who you just quoted, Mr. Ranking Member, hears that you say that we are wasting their time. We're fast forwarding right now to what the automotive industry understands is a comply or die moment. We must fight for the American middle class that was born in Michigan, and we must fight for the American dream that so many people feel is dying all over the country. This tailpipe emission standard is not just harmful, it's catastrophic. And for people with their heads in the clouds in this town who don't understand the way people are living across this country need to come to reality. The reality is the automotive industry itself, if you actually listen, have told you that in order to get to 67% compliance of new vehicle sales, they cannot get there with the current technology or the current infrastructure or the current software without going to battery electric vehicles. Nobody here is against battery electric vehicles, but we are against telling the American people what they can do with their money and when they can do it. This is why we're here. In 2032, the standard requires that 25% of all sleeper cab tractors, 60% of light heavy-duty vehicles, that's your cars and trucks, zero emissions. This mandate will cripple the trucking and shipping industries and drive up costs. Anybody in this country have a problem with inflation or cost of living? Well, just look to your left and you'll find the source. In Michigan, the 10th Congressional District alone, we have over 100,000 manufacturing districts, many tied to the automotive industry. Biden's extreme EV agenda threatens 77,000 manufacturing jobs in my district alone, the #1 manufacturing district in the nation. This is not just bad policy for Michigan, it's bad for the country. Name a district that doesn't have a dealership, and that dealership is likely the largest philanthropist to your church, to your bake sales, to your Little League team. Guess what's going to happen when they have cars in their lots they can't sell? Guess what's going to happen when the same policies that spent $7.5 billion for charging stations only got seven in 2 years?
Additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman has another minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'll wrap. I'm fairly emotional about the livelihoods of the people who sent me here. This CRA takes a stand and sends a clear message: we will not abandon our people or our automakers or our auto workers. Michigan isn't afraid of the future. Republicans are not afraid of the future, but we demand that every American have a part in it. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of H.J. Res. 136. I think about every hardworking American whom Washington has forgotten when we talk about making vehicles that are affordable and making a nation that is competitive. This isn't about partisanship, it's about common sense.
The gentleman's
it's about
time has
pragmatism,
expired.
and with that I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves.
Madam Speaker,
The members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair, please.
Madam
The gentleman
Speaker,
is
I
now
yield now
recognized.
5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, who chairs the Environment Subcommittee.
The
I'm
gentleman is
sorry,
now
who's the
recognized.
ranking member of the Environment Subcommittee.
The ranking member is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding. The transportation sector is the largest source of climate pollution in our United States, and also a major emitter of other dangerous pollutants. So it should not surprise anyone that EPA has finalized a rule to fulfill its obligation to protect Americans from harmful air pollution. Unfortunately, this resolution will nullify a rule that by all analyses will save lives, save Americans money, and bolster our domestic manufacturing. It is indeed expected to result in up to $99 billion in net benefits annually, including major consumer savings on reduced fuel costs and vehicle maintenance that can range up to $6,000 over the life of a vehicle. Madam Speaker, just the other night, I attended the annual gathering of the Alliance to Save Energy, as they recognize heroes in our communities that have moved forward with innovation and efforts to clean the environment, to make more safe the air we breathe. And it was interesting to watch these innovators, these startup agents, members from the business and industrial communities, all talking about progress, significant progress that has been made simply by responding to demands for a safer and cleaner environment. And it's why this rule has been worked in conjunction with the industry and the union workers, to make certain that there is a rule that can indeed be responded to. But putting aside all of the public health, environmental, and economic benefits, we should see this rule as an opportunity to further drive technological innovation. EPA's rule is in line with market trends for light-duty vehicles. More and more Americans are choosing to go electric, and thanks in large part to incentives like those in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. Even more of these vehicles, because of that, and their components will be made in America. In the years ahead, we expect the costs of EVs to come down, and come down significantly, the performance and range of EVs to improve, and consumer demand for EVs to continue to grow. For over a century, but this resolution will create tremendous uncertainty for American auto manufacturers, undermining the nearly $200 billion in private sector investment that has been made into our domestic EV and battery supply chains since the start of the Biden administration. And those investments are already creating hundreds of thousands of high-quality jobs. Automakers want and need to know which standards they need to design and build their vehicles. EPA's rule provides the certainty required to develop and produce American-made clean vehicle technologies. That certainty is a theme constantly brought to my attention by those who come visit with us to advance progressive policy. For over a century, America has been the greatest auto manufacturing nation in the world. We know other countries are competing to produce the next generation of zero-emission vehicles. And I believe there is a bipartisan agreement that the United States should not be dependent on China for EV technologies. But here's where we depart. Republicans want to pretend that EVs are not coming, even though all the consumer trends say otherwise. They are okay with China dominating this market if they can stop Americans from going electric. But House Democrats know. They know that increased adoption of EVs is going to benefit America, Americans' health, our environment, and our wallets. And we believe that if America competes, America wins. We will embrace the changes that are occurring in this sector and make certain our manufacturers have that regulatory certainty necessary to drive us forward to a cleaner and indeed a healthier future. And that certainty is provided by the standards Republicans want to undo today. For the sake of promoting American innovation, to address our pollution challenges, and supporting our long-term national economic competitiveness, I urge members to oppose this resolution. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman reserve? Thank you. I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify, all the incentives go away when the mandate takes full effect. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, the auto capital of the world. We want to keep it that way and stop imposing China's agenda on us.
The gentleman from Michigan is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You speak right about the auto capital of the world, Michigan. I rise today in support of the good representative for Michigan, John James's HJ Res 136, which blocks the tailpipe emissions rule, EPA's de facto electric vehicle mandate, not Project 2025 gaslighting coming from the other side of the aisle. Last December, with bipartisan support, the House passed the CARS Act, a bill I led to block the EPA's proposed rule and similar rules. A few months later, the EPA finalized its rule setting stringent emission standards, which would force automakers to ensure that 56% of light-duty vehicle sales are battery electric and another 13% are plug-in hybrid by 2032. The final tailpipe rule is nearly as radical as the proposed rule, which this body has already unequivocally opposed. Even with government subsidies, EVs continue to be out of reach for many Americans who have already been experiencing the effects of crippling inflation worsened by the Biden-Harris administration. Consumers are not only worried about the price tag, but EVs also pose significant practicality challenges due to limited range and battery charging times. This executive overreach would also essentially hand China the keys to our automotive future, as around 90% of the EV supply chain is controlled by China. Instead of implementing unrealistic emission standards that effectively mandate EVs, we should be pursuing policies that promote innovation and preserve U.S. manufacturing. I'm a proud Michigander, and I know that this industry thrives off of American ingenuity and innovation from the engineers in Metro Detroit, not the bureaucrats in Washington, and oh, by the way, the consumers as well. We must encourage consumer choice so that Americans can purchase the vehicle that works best for them. And I yield back.
Very good. Thank you.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes now to a member of our committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to express my strong opposition to H.Res. 136, a resolution seeking to overturn the EPA's very important tailpipe emissions rule finalized in April 2024. This rule sets strong pollution standards for passenger cars, light-duty trucks, and medium-duty vehicles for models years 2027 through 2032. It is a vital step toward cleaner air and healthier lives for all Americans. As an emergency physician, I have witnessed firsthand the severe health impacts of air pollution on our communities. In fact, recent scientific literature shows that those communities that live in high polluted areas live 10 years less than those that do not. The Coachella Valley and Imperial Valley in Southern California, in my district, despite their beauty, consistently ranks among the worst air quality in the nation. And without surprise, this has led to an alarmingly high asthma rates in our district, nearly double the average national rate. Approximately 27% of our children suffer from asthma and experience some of the highest asthma-related hospitalizations in California. Families, particularly those in low-income, frontline, vulnerable communities, are grappling with the consequences of living in one of the worst regions for air quality in the country. Look, this is not just an issue in my district. This is an issue in your district, in all of our districts. Across the United States, air pollution is responsible for over 100,000 premature deaths each year and results in billions in healthcare costs. Billions in healthcare costs, costs that the middle-class family cannot afford, from preventable illnesses like heart disease, lung disease, and asthma. The EPA's new rule is expected to prevent nearly 1,000 premature deaths annually, reduce millions of tons of harmful emissions, and save American families who are struggling with the cost of living. $1.6 trillion in healthcare costs by 2050. For my constituents, this rule means fewer children suffering from asthma attacks, fewer seniors rushed to the emergency room for respiratory illnesses, and cleaner air for everyone. Yet some of my Republican colleagues are attempting to repeal it, prioritizing the profits of big polluters over the health of our families. This resolution, in fact, is straight from Trump's 2025 playbook because it aligns with his plan to put corporate polluters in the driver's seat and prioritize big oil profits over Americans' health and well-being. Repealing this rule would erase $280 billion in net benefits and prolong the suffering of vulnerable communities from preventable diseases. This resolution serves corporate interests at the expense of the public's health. This resolution will revoke the EPA's protections and replace them with nothing. This will not only repeal the EPA's rule, but prevent any further administration from tackling this issue and taking any similar type of action. And by rejecting H.J.Res. 136 and supporting the EPA's rule, we are choosing to prioritize our constituents' health and advance justice for for the most vulnerable. Clean air is a right. It's a common good. And I urge my colleagues to support this critical EPA rule and vote against HJ Res 136, because our communities are incredibly suffering from the pollution that they breathe. Asthma is a horrible illness, especially in children. Children who come in who have been playing with their family and suddenly start wheezing. And sometimes you have minutes to give them the appropriate treatment to prevent them from dying. And sometimes, because they live in rural areas, like in your districts, they don't have the time to get to that emergency department for that treatment. And I've seen it. And so this bill will help reduce the risks that can lead to higher asthma mortality. This bill is aimed to ensure that we have healthier middle-class families that aren't burdened by the cost of disease, middle-class families that need the support
The gentleman's
to live
time has
healthy lives.
expired.
With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves? Yes. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Environment, Manufacturing, Critical Materials Subcommittee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the
The
lady for
gentleman
yielding.
from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, EVs have a future in our transportation system. If you want to buy an EV, that's your choice. And we'll happily sell you one from the state of Georgia. Happily. But I don't think government should corner Americans into buying a car based on ideological bureaucrats' preferred models. Rush government mandates on arbitrary timelines without consideration of geopolitical factors undermine consumer choice, manipulate markets, and will further ties to China's whims. Congressman James's CRA resolution would restore personal freedom and protect America. I urge its support. EPA asserts its tailpipe standards are not a mandate for widespread EV adoption, but the numbers of the regulation tell a different story. And even more telling, the market is not ready to voluntarily go there. J.D. Power has downgraded projections for EV sales by 25%. Cox Automotive's research team has found that the average consumer isn't sold on going electric, and many won't be easily convinced, even with incentives. If we're being intellectually honest, the administration's policy outcome is only possible through this unrealistic market conversion mandate. Why? In addition to buyer sentiment, the regulation's most modest compliant pathways requires increasing the market share of new 2032 all-electric or plug-in hybrid vehicles by 62% over 8 years. Moreover, car manufacturers have slowed their U.S. production of electric-powered cars. They realize these vehicles with subsidies and mandates are not selling, and the automakers only have so long to offset their losses with gas-powered vehicles. Meanwhile, this rule aids China, who is further expanding its global dominance of inputs to make electric vehicles. This situation is madness, and gaming our regulatory system this way will cripple hardworking Americans. I urge my colleagues to support Congressman James's CRA, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, who's the ranking member of our Energy Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS constitute the most important climate legislation ever enacted. EPA modeling indicates implementation of the IRA alone can achieve a reduction of the transportation sector's carbon pollution by roughly 11 to 25% from 2005 levels by 2030. EPA's final rule is expected to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from light-duty vehicles by about 11% every year. Once fully phased in, the standards will save the average American driver an estimated $6,000 in reduced fuel and maintenance over the life of a vehicle. I'm going to say that again because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to think this is bad for consumers when in fact it's good. Once fully phased in, The standards will save the average American driver an estimated $6,000 over the life of a vehicle. The beauty of this approach is it allows automakers to do what they do best, which is innovate. EPA's rule does not mandate or ban any specific technology. Instead, it sets emission standards that apply across an entire auto fleet rather than specific vehicles. What this means is that auto companies could still produce cars with higher emissions, provided that they balance out the emissions with sales from lower emissions vehicles. EPA did its homework. They worked closely with stakeholders in developing this rule, and that's why manufacturers can use a variety of approaches, from EVs to gas-powered vehicles with particulate filters to comply. I'm confident American automakers can rise to this challenge. As states and auto companies plan, consumers are increasingly excited about lower and zero-emission vehicles. In my home state of Colorado, an Environmental Defense Fund analysis examined the net purchase cost of electric vehicles and found many offer thousands of dollars in lifetime savings. For example, it found cost savings as high as $21,500 when comparing the cost of Ford's F-150 Lightning EV with the gas-powered Ford F-150. And consumers are taking advantage. In 2023, U.S. EV sales reached 1.6 million, which is a 60% increase from 2022. This shows consumer demand for EVs is here, and it will only grow. So, as the evidence shows, EPA's rule saves consumers money, and it reduces carbon emissions. It's not an either-or. However, to complete globally, we must continue to make progress. One of the few countries that rivals the U.S. in EV adoption is China. 8 of the top best-selling EVs in the world are made by Chinese companies. This administration has taken strong action to ensure U.S. automakers can compete in this critical sector. Now I want to address the claim the EPA emissions limit will mandate electric vehicles. We hear this all the time. This is simply not the case. EPA is relying on flexible standard performance-based standards. This means, as I said, instead of requiring any specific approach, automakers have the option to allow for a mix of technologies to meet the limits. Now, this has not stopped my colleagues on the other side of the aisle from pursuing CRAs that would raise emissions and hike costs for consumers. I find that so ironic because what we want to do is help consumers here. Unfortunately, this isn't new. The majority has spent this entire Congress attacking progress in protecting human health and the environment, while the Energy Subcommittee has moved numerous bills attacking energy efficiency, including the so-called Refrigerator Freedom Act. At the end of the day, the biggest threat to energy security is our country's dependence on foreign oil and natural gas. But with this resolution, and by ignoring the threats posed to the grid by the climate crisis, frankly, the majority is fiddling while Rome burns. The Biden-Harris EPA has led. I'm grateful for their leadership. If we care about our energy security, we should all support EPA's rule to reduce our demand for a finite resource. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is again recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to share my support for Mr. James' resolution. I'm not anti-EV, and I support innovation. However, creating supply cannot force demand, and that's exactly what these rushed green policies are trying to do. Over the years, I have brought together stakeholders in my district and around Indiana for roundtables, and we know that the EV mandate is unfeasible and it's just not working. We simply cannot get the energy where it needs to be when it needs to be there. With this rule, it's clear that this administration wants to leave the consumer with no choice other than an EV. The consumer has made it abundantly clear that they want choice. This rule would be devastating to consumers, manufacturers, and the transportation industry itself. I urge my colleagues to join us in overturning this administration's short-sighted rule. And, Madam Chair, I yield my time back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Michigan put the world on wheels, and we're going to keep it moving forward. We are proud of our legacy that is ever evolving thanks to the grit of the American worker. West Michiganders in particular are a key part of this legacy, as folks across my district manufacture transportation components necessary to keep this country in motion. I also take special pride in representing miles of beautiful Lake Michigan shoreline, the largest freshwater reserve in the entire world. My community knows that we must be good stewards of our nation's most critical cargo ports. Right now, we're fighting to preserve our resources so that our children might inherit a world where our kids can breathe, that can sustain our farms and is void of extreme weather events and has clean water to drink and air to breathe. This is not going to happen overnight. It requires a multifaceted approach. The EPA's effort to limit harmful air pollution from light and medium duty vehicles are a piece of this life-saving puzzle. Our nation's transportation sector is critical, but it is also one of the largest contributors of greenhouse gas emissions. So to safeguard the health and well-being of Americans, we have to work to slash pollution associated with our planes, trains, ships, and cars. To be clear, the EPA's technology-neutral rule is not an EV mandate. It is a call on manufacturers to innovate and expand options for consumers to choose vehicles based on their potential environmental impact. What exactly do so many of my colleagues across the aisle have against choice? When it comes to forging a new path forward in transportation, I'd never bet against Michigan, especially Michigan automakers. Air pollution, particularly from tailpipes, is responsible for asthma and a wide array of respiratory illnesses in children, adults, and seniors. If this rule stays intact, families across West Michigan will save on healthcare costs an estimated $1.6 trillion and protect the well-being of their children. As a mom of 2 young children, 2 young student athletes in particular, I take this seriously. If you're a parent out there of a child with asthma, I stand here on your behalf today. If you're an American auto worker, I stand here on your behalf today. If you're ready to stand up to big polluters and China and stand up for American auto workers, I'm standing for you here today. Rolling back this rule is bending a knee to big polluters while ignoring the broad coalition of auto workers, automakers, public health advocates, and environmental organizations who believe in addressing climate change head-on while furthering innovation in transportation. 30 seconds.
I yield the gentlewoman another minute.
The gentlewoman has another minute.
I am so proud of West Michigan's critical role in the transportation sector, but this CRA won't do anything to address the reality of the sector's emissions. This is not a mandate. It's an opportunity to innovate for families, for farmers, and to get out there and to keep China from eating our lunch. I'd like to thank our ranking member Pallone for his leadership in pushing back against this CRA, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is again recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce, gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After months of falsely claiming that the Biden-Harris administration was not pursuing a ban on gas-powered vehicles, the EPA has reversed their position by finalized policies that would create a de facto ban over the course of the next 10 years. The light and medium-duty tailpipe rule would require 68% of all sales of new passenger vehicles to be electric or plug-in electric hybrid by 2032. The fact is simple. Electric vehicles cannot meet the demands of my constituents in Pennsylvania. The mountains in Pennsylvania, along with the harsh winters and the hot summers, make driving an electric vehicle both unreliable and unrealistic for my constituents. Simply said, they do not want to be forced into choosing what type of vehicle they can drive at a time when inflation has skyrocketed over 20% and the average electric vehicle costs more than $55,000. Forcing Americans to purchase these vehicles is a disaster for working families. The Biden-Harris EPA cannot force the American people to purchase cars that they don't want and cars that they can't afford. I urge all of my colleagues to support this resolution and stand up to the EPA bureaucracy that continues to harass working American families. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. Would the gentlewoman reserve?
I reserve.
Yes. Gentleman.
Madam Speaker, can I ask how much time remains on each side?
The gentleman has how many minutes? Half minutes. 16 and a half minutes.
I have 6 and you have 16. Is that what I heard? Okay.
That's correct.
Then I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Okay, so how much for one?
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute to the gentleman from Michigan, the auto capital of the world again, Mr. Grothman.
Gentleman from
But you're from Wisconsin.
Michigan.
You're from Wisconsin. I messed
is
that up.
recognized.
Well, they're next to the auto capital of the world. Yeah, okay. He drove through Michigan once. They
Gentleman
have lots of
from
cars in Wisconsin, too.
Right.
Wisconsin is now recognized.
Yeah,
Thank
I was a little bit stunned when I came down here today to hear the argument made on pollution. I would just request that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do some research as the amount of pollution from cars 50 years ago compared to today, or just get pictures of Pittsburgh or Los Angeles 50 years ago compared to today. Things are already so wildly cleaner. But in any event, my major concern about this rule is it's another attack on the middle class, okay? I have been told that a Chevy Silverado may cost $20,000 more EV than not. I mean, people cannot afford that. It's understated, but because of the huge cost to repair, the cost of insurance, and most states, including Wisconsin, have mandatory insurance, is dramatically more than in a traditional car. It wasn't until this week I found out that the resale value is less. So if you're like a lot of people like to trade in your new car 5 or 6 years down the road, you're going to be getting less for your EV vehicle. And when you combine the cost of the money you're going to lose on the depreciation, the huge increase in insurance, and the huge increased cost when you buy the car, it's just
Gentleman's time is expired.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll continue to reserve because of the time difference.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition. Unbelievable. I can't believe the radical left's relentless, absolutely relentless climate alarmism that has already claimed a bunch of victims: plastic straws, ceiling fans, gas stoves, you name it. And now the EPA is targeting our combustion engine cars, trying to shove their electric vehicle agenda down the throats of freedom-loving Americans, all in the name of so-called climate change, while making us even more dependent on the Communist Chinese Party. To put this in perspective, how out of touch this friggin' proposal is, there are 260 million gasoline and diesel-powered passenger vehicles on the road today, but only 3 million EVs. Let that sink in. And 46% of those EV drivers want to go back to gasoline cars. How about that? One of the things I tell people is, if you're driving an electric car, don't ever turn onto a dead-end street because you'll be stuck on a road with no outlet. Let that sink in. All jokes aside, I'm absolutely proud to support my colleague John James' bill to protect consumer choice, allowing Americans, who would have known, to actually have realistic car options in the marketplace, which at the same time prevents further reliance on China. I'm tired of hearing all the climate alarmism. And now trying to make Americans do what they want to do? Well, Mr. Speaker, I tell the climate alarmists they can blow it out their tailpipes. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and let Americans drive the agenda and not some high-minded bureaucrats. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve as well.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia, leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chair for yielding me the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll rise in support of H.J. Res. 136 and thank Congressman James for his leadership on this very important issue. Mr. Speaker, consumer choice is a vital component of our free market economy, which has grown wealth in this country substantially over the years. However, an endless obsession with their rush to green agenda, the Biden and Harris administration is seeking to strip away consumer choice in the form of a tailpipe emissions rule that would effectively mandate that at least 2/3 of all new cars in the United States be electric by 2032. This is a mandate, straight from the top. Let me be clear, I am not anti-EV. I am pro-American consumer. But as I represent rural Georgia, and many of my constituents, EVs are impractical, considering the high cost, lack of charging infrastructure in rural communities, and overall time commitment to get that full charge. The American people do not need or want this administration mandating what car best suits their families' needs. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.J. Res. 136 and to restore consumer choice and end this unreasonable rule. The American people are sick and tired of this. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I keep hearing arguments from my Republican colleagues that the EPA is forcing electric vehicles onto American consumers, but nobody's forcing anyone to buy an electric vehicle, and to claim that is happening is just false. Expanding and diversifying our domestic vehicle manufacturing industry will increase consumer choice and provide more options for all Americans. The rule that the Republicans seek to repeal today is actually supported by the auto manufacturers as well as the auto unions. We should be empowering industry to innovate and create better performing, more affordable options for our constituents. This is about options. There's no mandate. EPA's consistent vehicle emission standards have empowered decades of innovation in the vehicle industry, which have benefited all Americans. If we want to compete with China, we have to continue to provide choice. We have to continue to make sure that electric vehicles and other options are available. Otherwise, we're going to fall behind. So I urge my colleagues again to vote no on this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The numbers that we are quoting are from the final rule. We're not making it up. Pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in strong support of HA Resolution 136, which would disapprove the EPA's radical tailpipe emissions rule and EV mandate. This rule would mandate that 2/3 of the new vehicles being sold by 2032 be all electric, strong-arming auto manufacturers into building cars that simply do not reflect market needs. America is in the middle of a historic surge in power demand, yet Biden-Harris administration has chosen to implement policies that will force the early retirement of some of our most reliable power plants. The EPA's EV mandate will put more strain on our electric grid and further undermine the grid's reliability for years to come. Simply put, increasing demand on the grid through forced electrification while reducing our power supply is a recipe for disaster. With the passage of this legislation today, we can reaffirm our support of the free market and consumer choice, and we can defend America's energy security. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman reserves from Washington. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Again, I'll reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The gentleman reserved. I'm sorry, I apologize. Your reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Obernolte.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this action taken under the Congressional Review Act to overturn the EPA's misguided tailpipe emissions rule. This rule, if enacted, would force the majority of Americans to buy electric vehicles instead of vehicles powered by other technologies. And Madam Speaker, let me be clear, I have nothing against electric vehicles. I do, however, think that Americans should be empowered to make their own decisions about what vehicle technology works for them and their families. The fact is that EVs cost on average $12,000 more than the equivalent gasoline-powered vehicle. And that's just the purchase price. The same misguided policies that the EPA is pursuing here are also forcing the cost of electricity generation to go up in this country. In fact, in my own hometown in California, the electric provider recently submitted a rate case that seeks to raise the base rate for residential electricity to 45 cents a kilowatt hour. Just try doing the math on what it costs to drive an electric vehicle when you are forced to pay 45 cents a kilowatt hour for the energy to charge it. Madam Speaker, Americans should be empowered to make their own decisions about what vehicles to buy, not forced into that decision by misguided government policies. I urge a yes vote. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields.
I
the
reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey
Continues to reserve.
continues to reserve. Woman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Speaker, government market mandates are contrary to the very founding principles of America. Mandating EV purchases are especially egregious and fall short of the hopped-up environmental benefits supposedly driving the logic behind the mandate. First, I have nothing against EVs. They're innovative technology. They will be part of our transportation future. They're actually fun to drive if you can afford them. However, EVs are not selling, especially in rural America where they are unreliable, unaffordable, and can't even be purchased with the massive taxpayer-funded subsidies that are available right now. EVs are not the savior of the environment nor the climate. The EPA and DOE's own data clearly show this. First off, the United States is responsible for 13.49% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. It's another topic, but China is more than double that. The transportation sector in the United States, all of transportation makes up 29% of our greenhouse gas emissions. Light-duty trucks and passenger vehicles make up 57% of transportation. The rest of it's planes, trains, and automobiles. And finally, 40% of U.S. electrical production comes from non-carbon emitting sources. So when you do the math, the claims that EVs are going to save the climate and save the planet fall far short. 13.49% of the global greenhouse gas emissions are in America. 29% comes from U.S. transportation, all forms of transportation. 57% of transportation comes from light-duty trucks and passenger vehicles. 40% of our energy or electricity comes from non-carbon emitting sources. You multiply that out, the maximum potential, if every passenger car and light-duty truck in America were made an EV overnight, you reduce global greenhouse gas emissions 0.9%. Madam Speaker, figures don't lie, but sometimes liars figure. And Americans are being force-fed EVs, and they're being force-fed a lie, saying that driving an EV is going to save the planet. It's not going to help one iota. And while we're forcing people to drive EVs, China's building a new coal-fired plant every week. I encourage passage of this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, can I ask again about the time on each side?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 5.5 minutes remaining.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself.
The gentlewoman from Washington has 6.25 minutes remaining.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we're not mandating EVs. We're not forcing anybody to use EVs. I'm going to say that over and over again. But what we are doing is trying to reduce air pollution. And this resolution is a step backwards in addressing dangerous air pollution that contributes to climate change and contributes to asthma and all kinds of health disorders. The transportation sector is responsible for a significant portion of our nation's greenhouse gas emissions and other dangerous air pollutants that harm human health. Over 130 million people across the country live in counties with unhealthy levels of air pollution. Even worse, air pollution is associated with 100,000 premature deaths every year. Let me repeat that because I don't think my Republican colleagues are getting how serious this is. Every year, 100,000 people across the country die sooner than they're expected to because of air pollution. Now, Congress directed the EPA to protect public health and the environment and granted it several tools to do so through the Clean Air Act. And one of these tools is the authority to set vehicle emission standards for harmful pollutants emitted by vehicles, which is exactly what EPA did when it proposed and finalized the rule that the Republicans are attempting to repeal today. Now, this reduction in air pollution will result in less heart attacks, less respiratory and cardiovascular illnesses, less aggravated asthma, and less decreased lung function. The rule is also projected to prevent up to 2,500 premature deaths. So with this CRA, Republicans want to wipe out these significant air pollution reductions and associated public health benefits. It's that simple. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution. And again, I reserve the balance of my time.
From New Jersey reserves, the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas who knows a little bit about cars, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I rise today in opposition to the Biden administration's proposed rule to increase emission standards for light and medium-duty trucks. And in full disclosure, I'm a car dealer. I know what I'm talking about. I'm the expert in the room. And this rule is an attack on hardworking Americans, and if implemented, would require up to 2/3 of new cars and nearly 40% of trucks sold in the U.S. be electric vehicles in the next 8 years, threatening consumer choice and furthering our reliance on foreign adversaries. Now, as chairman of the House Committee on Small Business and owner and operator of car dealerships in Texas for over 53 years, I've seen firsthand the impact that overregulating can do on small businesses. Now, we are a country of competition, of risk and reward, and the federal government should not be in the business of picking winners and losers. We must let competition drive innovation and allow people to choose the vehicles that best suits them in their needs. And the dealer must sell that vehicle and the consumer must be able to buy it. As you have and will hear today, this proposed rule will limit consumer choices and increase costs for Main Street America. Try pulling a 2-horse trailer, a boat, and a jet ski from Weatherford, Texas to Midland, Texas. You're never going to get there. So it's clear the Biden administration and the EPA are out of touch with the American people. While many families are struggling to pay bills and save for their future, this administration is ignoring out-of-control inflation while pushing a green energy bailout that no one wants. And let me tell you, there is no market for EV vehicles. I can tell you firsthand. So I stand for consumers. I stand for the car dealer. I stand for the customer. I urge my colleagues to stand with American people and stop this administration's America Last energy policy. In God we trust. I yield back. Does anybody want to buy a car? Thank you.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. You know, I grew up with my father and my uncle having a used car business, and I know that because we still lease the business to another person who operates it today, we're still selling, or I'm not, but they're still selling used cars. And people will buy cars, they'll buy gas-powered cars, they'll buy hybrids, they'll buy electric vehicles. There's nothing in here that mandates that they have to buy an electric vehicle. But the bottom line is that if we don't continue to invest in American innovation and help auto manufacturers and look for various options, we're not going to be able to compete with China. If you pass this resolution, you're making it much more difficult for us to compete with China. I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Do you have it?
How much time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we can build one battery electric vehicle or 6 for the same raw materials as 6 plug-in hybrid electric vehicles or 90 hybrid electric vehicles. Okay, so for the raw materials required for one of the cars that EPA is going to mandate Americans buy, for the same raw materials we could build 6 plug-in or 90 hybrid, and yet the EPA is mandating battery electric vehicles. That's how many batteries you can make with the same amount of minerals. 90 hybrid electric vehicles reduces 37 times as much carbon as one of these vehicles the EPA is mandating, the 100% battery electric. Let's get back to reality. America is leading the world in technology and innovation that is bringing down carbon emissions. And let's do it the American way, not this China forced mandate policy on America. I'm pleased to yield at this point 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, my colleague from Washington. Underlining her point there, on top of that, you can get so much more out of current vehicles that you won't allow, the regulators will not allow the type of mining we need in this country to get the materials, the minerals, to produce these electrified vehicles and electrified everything else. And so I hear all morning that, oh, this isn't a mandate, nobody's forcing anybody to buy anything. You're forcing the marketplace to build these cars. In California, you can't buy certain models of Jeep gas-powered because they have to sell X amount of electric Jeeps. So you have to go out of state to buy what you want. No, this is being forced upon the people. It's being forced upon the manufacturers. It's going to force all of our jobs over to China and other places, or Mexico for their production, all ostensibly to be chasing a little bit of carbon dioxide. I remind you once again, 0.04% is the greenhouse gas that we're chasing, carbon dioxide. So indeed, we are forcing the marketplace to do things people don't want, people cannot afford. These vehicles weigh at least 50% more than the same type of gas vehicle, and they're tearing up our highways more. So people don't want this. I talk to my dealerships. I talk to regular people. They don't want to be forced into this.
Time has expired.
So we need to support Mr. James' legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington yields. The gentleman from New Jersey yields. Reserves.
Madam Speaker, again, how much time remains on each side?
Each side has 2 3/4 minutes left.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to close. I don't know if you have any additional speakers.
I reserve and am prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the remaining time. House Democrats, Madam Speaker, are united in our understanding that we must decarbonize our transportation sector while preserving consumer choice and driving technological innovation in the domestic auto industry. And this resolution would undermine our ability to achieve these goals. So instead of backtracking on decades of progress like the CRA would do, I'd like to offer a different path forward. First, we must protect the integrity of the Clean Air Act and EPA's authority to set forward-looking vehicle emission standards that protect public health and the environment. Next, we need to foster innovation and technological development in the clean transportation sector. And finally, we must continue to build on the historic investments in the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. With this CRA, my Republican colleagues are attempting to strand these incredible investments and stop this tremendous progress. When Republicans oppose our investments in America's manufacturing, which is what they're doing today, they're advocating for American industry to stand down. Rather than ceding ground to communist China, House Democrats are investing in America's ability to compete and beat out our economic competition. That's why we have to oppose this bill. And for these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. EVs are fine technologies for those who can afford them and use them. However, they should not be forced on people against their will, when their means, their circumstance, or their preference requires traditional gas, diesel, or hybrid vehicle. EV comes with serious negative impacts for consumers, American security, and the environment. Over its lifetime, an EV only has lower emissions than a gas-powered vehicle if it travels between 28,069 and 68,160 miles and remains in service for more than 10 years. Circumstances that are not being realized today. EVs are not for everyone, and just because some people like them doesn't mean that they're going to work. EV batteries rely on 5 critical minerals: lithium, cobalt, magnesium, nickel, and graphite. Compared to the conventional internal combustion engine, an electric vehicle requires 6 times the mineral inputs. Further, IEA estimates that the demand for lithium will increase 43 times by 2040. Critical minerals are critical for EVs and batteries, and China dominates much of the supply chains for EV batteries. Additionally, raw ore needs to be processed into usable minerals. Again, China does 100% of the processing. A rush to EVs will directly increase our reliance on China. China controls 90% of the EV supply chain. It also currently controls 78% of the global EV battery production, 90% of the global rare earth element refining capacity, 90% of refining, 70% of global cobalt refining capacity, 68% of global nickel refining capacity, 50% of global lithium refining capacity. And what are we doing in the United States about that? Nothing. This administration is shutting down mining, shutting down processing. It takes on average 7 years just to permit anything in the United States of America. This is a mandate from the EPA that is not in the best interest of America, not in the best interest of consumers. Let's vote yes. Let's vote yes today on this resolution. Let's unleash American energy, American innovation in the car sector. We've led the world in the last 100 years in car manufacturing. Our goal is to make sure that America continues to lead the world in innovation in car manufacturing and do it in a way that is affordable, that can actually be implemented, not this unrealistic, expensive, unaffordable mandate by the EPA on Americans. With that, I urge a yes vote and yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to multi-pollutant emissions standards for model years 2027 and later, light-duty and medium-duty vehicles.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
On that, I ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit H.R. 5717, passage of H.R. 5717 if ordered, passage of House Joint Resolution 136, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9106. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 5717, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 5717, offered by Mr. Bowman of New York.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 190, the nays are 200. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
This is the gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 186. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to consider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of House Joint Resolution 136, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 136, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to multi-pollutant emission standards for model years 2027 and later, light-duty and medium-duty vehicles.
The question is on passage of the joint resolutions. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 191. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9106 as amended. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 9106, a bill to direct the Director of the United States Secret Service to apply the same standards for determining the number of agents required to protect presidents, vice presidents, and major presidential and vice presidential candidates, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 0, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Good job. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the House Committee on House Rules be discharged from further consideration of House Resolution 1470 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1470, resolution expanding the jurisdiction of the task force on the attempted assassination of Donald J. Trump.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on Monday next, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Order in the House, please. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the brave Vietnamese refugees who fled oppressive communism after the Vietnam War. I have filed a resolution proclaiming September Boat People Awareness Month in honor of those who risked their lives at sea to escape. These individuals were searching for freedom and a better life. I'm incredibly proud to say that many of them found it in Orange County, California. More specifically, they settled in the community known as Little Saigon that I represent. Our country rightfully welcomed them with open arms. Sadly, many boat people did not survive the rough conditions. Dangerous waters and overcrowding took many lives. We still honor their memory and pursuit of freedom. And we must use their story to fight for the rights of all people suffering under the weight of communism to this day. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St. Louis and I rise today to say that state-sanctioned violence has no place in a humane society. Next Tuesday, Marcellus Khalifa Williams is scheduled to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. Despite credible evidence of Williams' innocence and mass scrutiny over the fairness of this trial, Missouri Governor Mike Parson and the courts have yet to stop an innocent man from being executed. Within the last 4 decades, only 4 individuals on death row have been exonerated in Missouri. Since 1973, at least 200 people have been exonerated from death row in the U.S. A 2014 study estimated that at least 4% of those sentenced to death are innocent, a majority of whom are black and brown. I am urging Governor Parson not to let another innocent man be murdered at the hands of the state. He must heed this call. And as a proud co-sponsor of the Federal Death Penalty Prohibition Act, Congress must also act. Let's end this racist, this flawed and inhumane practice once and for all. Save the life of this innocent man. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to commemorate the life of an American patriot from West Virginia, Asa Davidson, Jr., who passed away on the 80th anniversary of D-Day in June of this year. Asa, a World War II veteran, had celebrated his 100th birthday just months before his passing. He enlisted in the United States Army in 1943 and proudly served in an all-black regiment known as Harlem Hellfighters until 1946. He would often recount how his Bible, gifted to him by his mother, sitting in a pocket near his heart, stopped a bullet and saved his life. That same Bible remains a treasured possession to his family today. Asa was blessed with 73 years of marriage to his wife Ethel. They lived in their whole lives in Fairmont, West Virginia, raising their 3 sons, Asa, Brian, and Gregory. He was a grandpa of 8 and great-grandpa of 11. Asa worked at the Fairmont Post Office for 34 years and was well known for his volunteer work in the community. He truly lived a life of service. His legacy will continue to inspire many in the community that he loved. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my rules.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the signing of the Violence Against Women Act. Over the past 30 years, we have made major strides to reduce the rates of domestic violence and sexual assault, but there is much more to be done. In 2022, Congress and President Biden continued to build on this landmark legislation with the most recent bipartisan reauthorization of VAWA. I'm proud that the VAWA reauthorization included my bill that will enable more survivors to receive timely, trauma-informed care from sexual assault nurse examiners. These specialized nurses are trained to provide comprehensive medical and emotional care. They're also equipped to collect forensic evidence that can be used in court. We owe it to survivors who endured unspeakable trauma to ensure that they get the care and the support that they need. Let's continue working together to end the abuse that women have faced for far too long. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Barry Brown, who sadly passed away this August at 69 years old. Barry was a Savannah native through and through. After graduating from Savannah High School, he dedicated over 20 years to serving the Savannah and Tybee Island communities. From serving on the Planning Commission, the City Council, and as Mayor Pro Tem, Barry's natural-born leadership set a valuable example for everyone around him. Mr. Brown also faithfully served over 25 years as the Marine Rescue Squadron and belonged to both the American Legion Post 154 and the Tybee Island Republican Club. Mr. Brown is survived by his wife, Sonny, his son, Brandon, and his 4 grandchildren. We deeply honor and thank Mr. Brown for his service to the Savannah and Tybee Island communities over the years. I send my most sincere condolences to the Brown family. They, along with the Barry's friends and all those who were blessed to know him, are in my thoughts and prayers today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
24 years ago next week, the Food and Drug Administration approved the use of mifepristone, authorizing it as a safe and effective means for women to end a pregnancy through medication. In the ensuing 2 decades, there has been no evidence that it is not effective, nor that it is dangerous in any way. It's actually safer than Tylenol, and millions of women have exercised their right to control their own bodies by using it. So naturally, in their quest to control women's bodies, Republicans have fought tooth and nail to prohibit access to mifepristone. Women's health care is not some abstract concept. It's a human right. When Republicans criminalize reproductive freedom, women die, as we learned this week about 2 women in Georgia. On this 24th anniversary of mifepristone's FDA authorization, which remains the law of the land, I call on pharmacies around the country to continue to distribute this safe and effective medication to women who want it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Across the country, more than 60 million Americans are affected by mental illness. And unfortunately, many of those 60 million feel that they are alone. But we are here to let those struggling know that they are not alone. No matter how dark the world may seem, there are people who care for you, and there are resources to help within an arm's reach. This world is worth being a part of, and you are too special for the darkness to win. As co-chair of the bipartisan Mental Health and Substance Abuse Disorder Task Force, we are encouraging everyone to spread awareness about suicide prevention. Help us break the stigma around mental health. Lend a hand. Look out for those in need of help. And remember, it's okay not to be okay, but it's not okay to try and fight this on your own. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize longtime North Canton Hoover High School softball coach Jerry Goodpasture. After a long and successful tenure at the helm of the Hoover Vikings, Coach Goodpasture announced his retirement last week. Starting as the team's pitching coach over 2 decades, Coach Goodpasture helped Hoover win its first 2 state titles in 1998 and 1999 before taking over as head coach in 2005. He then led Hoover to not 1, not 2, not 3, 4, or 5, but 6 Division I state championships, including 4 state championships from 2011 to 2014. Coach Goodpasture's coaching prowess cemented the Vikings as a softball powerhouse, and as a result of his success, he is a 3-time Hall of Famer. He has been inducted into the Hoover High School Athletic Hall of Fame, the Ohio Amateur Softball Association Hall of Fame, and the Ohio High School Fast Pitch Softball Coaches Association Hall of Fame. Coach Goodpasture will be remembered not only for his impact on young athletes he coached on the softball field, but also for the students he taught in the classroom for 30 years. And as one of Stark County's most successful high school coaches of all time, Coach Goodpasture's legacy will forever live on in the Goodpasture Stadium, the Hoover High School softball field named in his honor. Congratulations to Coach Jerry Goodpasture on your incredible coaching and teaching career. I know the entire Hoover community is grateful for your years of dedication, and you will be greatly missed this upcoming softball season. Best of luck in your new chapter, and thank you for making Ohio's 13th District the birthplace of champions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Edward Rose Newton, a remarkable Utahn who served the country with distinction and honor during the Vietnam War. Edward, known affectionately as Ed to his family and friends, was born and raised in a small, tight-knit community in Joab County, Utah. With the love of his homeland embedded deep in his heart, Ed traded the peaceful farmlands of Mona, Utah, for the treacherous battlefields of Vietnam. It was on this fateful day of October 16th, 1969, that Ed's bravery would define his legacy. While serving as a rifleman in the Airborne Division, Ed and his fellow soldiers were engaged in a search operation in the jungles of Vietnam. Suddenly, they came under direct and intense enemy fire. In the chaos of battle, Ed witnessed his platoon leader and medic fall under the hail of bullets. Without a moment's hesitation and with complete disregard of his safety, Ed sprang into action. Running toward the deadly barrage, Ed began to fire at the enemy's position, enabling the medic to administer aid to the wounded. Standing open under hail of enemy bullets, Ed suffered grievous neck wound and was even forced to his knees. He refused to retreat. His focus was solely on the lives of his comrades. For extraordinary valor, Ed Ross Newton was awarded the Bronze Star Medal with a V for valor and was also honored with a Purple Heart. These decorations serve as a testimony to his bravery, devotion to duty, and a deep concern for his fellow soldiers. Mr. Speaker, Ed Ross Newton's legacy is one unparalleled courage and sacrifice. His story is a powerful reminder of the values that define our nation, the unwavering commitment to protect and serve others, even at great cost. May God bless Edward Ross Newton, his family, and all those who serve our great nation. Thank you, and now yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, residents are pulling out their cameras to take pictures with the legendary Robert Bob Aiken Jr. of Snow Hill, North Carolina, in celebration of his 100th birthday. Born and raised in Snow Hill, Bob went to college and returned home in 1945, discovering his passion for photography and opening Bob Aiken Photography. For more than 70 years, he's the local photographer, and through his eyes and camera lenses, he captured the most precious moments of our residents. If you wanted pictures of that special occasion, prom or wedding, call Bob. He's even known for just showing up on occasions. Bob was married to the love of his life, Saroba, for 64 years. His deep love for his family, our community, and capturing so many historic moments is unparalleled. The Greene County Board of Commissioners has designated September 21st as Bob Aiken Day. Now, smile, say cheese, Bob. Happy birthday. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise
Without
and extend.
any objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Matthew Osborne, a dedicated editor, family man, and cherished member of the Northeast Georgian community who tragically passed away last month. After graduating from George Washington University right here in D.C., he began his 25-year career in journalism as a sports writer in Florida. Over the years, Matthew worked for several newspapers, going on to become the editor of the Northeast Georgian in 2019. His love of writing and commitment to objectivity earned him respect not only from his peers, but from his local readers. Matthew won numerous state and regional awards for his outstanding work. And through it all, he never lost his passion for covering sports. But Matthew was more than a talented reporter and editor. He was also a devoted husband to his wife, Samantha, a family man and father to their 3 boys, Hunter, Cal, and Ollie. May God continue to comfort Samantha and her sons, as well as Matthew's peers and loved ones during this difficult time. Georgia's 9th District will always remember the profound impact that Matthew Osborne had on his readers and on our community as a whole. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Tyler G. Brown, an author and constituent from Dallas, Oregon. Not only is Tyler an author, but he's also a corporal with the Grand Ronde Tribal Police Department. Late last year, Tyler published his first book, Tribal Honor. His story is an inspiring one. This is actually the third novel he's written, as the first two did not make it into print. However, this setback did not stop him from realizing his dream of becoming a published author. In his debut novel, Tyler blends his experience as a law enforcement officer with his passion for thrillers, mystery, and action-packed fiction novels. Unsurprisingly, his first novel quickly climbed the crime action fiction charts. Every year, the Reader's Favorite International Book Award contest announces the top books in a variety of categories. And this year, they had a record amount of entries. The contest showcases thousands of authors from around the world, and Tribal Honor won the gold medal in the action fiction category. As the daughter of a police officer, I know firsthand the challenges that come with being in law enforcement. Tyler, I want you to know how grateful I am for your dedication to keeping the Grand Ronde Tribe safe, and how pleased I am to see your novel get the recognition it deserves. Thank you for inspiring people and showing them that they should always chase their dreams. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you and your family. You've made Oregon 6th District immensely proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Judge Julie Kosurik, who is the 390th State District Judge in Austin, Texas. In 2015, the judge survived an assassination attempt by a criminal defendant seeking revenge for a decision she made in his case. Judge Kosurik and her family were stalked for a month before the individual attacked her, shooting her 4 times. Judge Kosurik miraculously survived and bravely returned to the bench to ensure that justice prevails over violence. Mr. Speaker, this is happening on an increased basis all across this country. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of H.R. 8093, the Countering Threats and Attacks on Our Judges Act, introduced in this House by Chairman Michael McCall and the late Sheila Jackson Lee, and in the Senate by Senators Cornyn and Senator Coons. The bill helps judges by creating a state judicial threat intelligence and resource center to provide guidance and best practices for state judges. It informs law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I know firsthand because my father served as chief judge of the Western District of Texas in San Antonio at a time when one of his colleagues, the Honorable John H. Wood Jr., was shot in the back by a criminal and killed. I think that we need to pay attention to crime and criminals better in this country, especially where they aim themselves at judges in our judicial system. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the remarkable life and legacy of an American hero, gentleman, Ernest Ernie William Meese, who recently passed away at the strong age of 99. A proud Navy veteran, Ernie served our nation with distinction from 1943 to 1946 during World War II, including at the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the largest naval battle of the war. And for his bravery, he was decorated with the Philippine Liberation Medal. After his honorable service, Ernie, a man of his word, built a life of dedication to our Toledo community in Northwest Ohio as a real estate developer and a tireless advocate of American Legion Toledo Post 335. The post marked its 100th anniversary with a ceremony at the Toledo Club earlier this year, and I had the great privilege of presenting Ernie with a U.S. flag flown over the U.S. Capitol in the Post's honor. Ernie was more than a veteran and businessman. He was a devoted husband, father, friend of hundreds, and a treasured community builder in our community intergenerationally. I extend my heartfelt condolences to his wife, Joyce, their children, Melissa and David, his brother, Norman, and all who loved him. Today, we honor, in America's congressional record, his memory and his contributions to liberty as one member of the most unselfish generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Olympians and Paralympians from Colorado's 4th Congressional District. To compete in the Olympic and Paralympic Games is one of the highest honors an athlete can achieve. It takes years of hard work, grit, and determination, and I'm honored to stand here today and celebrate their achievements in Paris. Anna Hall, Jessica Tonis, Sophia Smith, Mallory Swanson, and Derek White have all dedicated their lives to advancing their sports. To them I say congratulations. Each one of you have reached the top of your personal Everest. I hope that you feel incredibly proud when you reflect on your time in Paris and you take a moment to celebrate your amazing accomplishments. Each of you has had to persevere through injuries, defeats, and personal setbacks. The example you have set serves as an inspiration for future generations of athletes, and is something you should be deeply proud of. Colorado's 4th Congressional District was lucky to have such high-caliber athletes representing them this summer. You have made us proud, and I look forward to watching each of your careers grow. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about our retired teachers and police officers and firefighters, letter carriers, nurses, and the fact that for decades Congress has kept or stolen the Social Security benefits that they paid for and earned but have yet to receive. The Social Security Fairness Act will fix this. Millions of retired public servants will get their benefits each and every month moving forward. This bipartisan effort is the most co-sponsored bill in this 118th Congress. Yesterday, we hit a major milestone, 218 signatures on a discharge petition forcing a vote on the Social Security Fairness Act. I am ready to vote yes when this bill comes to the floor. Let's get it done, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Sones de Mexico, a nonprofit organization founded in the community of Pilsen. They're focused on promoting greater appreciation of Mexican folk and traditional music and culture. Sones de Mexico Ensemble has been nominated twice for a Grammy Award because of their world-class performances and their contributions to the recording industry. The group has also collaborated with Irish blues, classical, jazz, country and western, and rock artists, helping expand the reach and understanding of Mexican music. In 2014, with the objective of giving back to the community, Sones de Mexico Ensemble opened a Mexican music school with an impressive Spanish language curriculum for children and adults that has now expanded to serve over 150 sites all over Chicagoland. I'm proud to have such a talented artist in my district, and I cannot wait to hear and see where they go next. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to remind this body of the incredible damage inflicted by the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy. For 17 years, it was the official federal policy to discriminate against LGBTQ+ service members and prevent them from living authentically or risk being discharged. This policy wasn't only hateful and isolating, it weakened our military and failed to live up to our values. Today marks 13 years since we repealed this hateful policy, and we won't go back. We won't go back to Don't Ask, Don't Tell or the possibility of a trans service ban with the stroke of a pen or a tweet. Countless queer people serve our country bravely. They serve our country proudly. They serve our country honorably, and they should serve our country authentically too. That's why we need to pass my Ensuring Military Readiness, Not Discrimination Act to prohibit discrimination in the military and protect trans service members. Our service members sacrifice so much for us. They shouldn't have to sacrifice who they are. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I task unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm rising to thank and congratulate Dr. Hugh Auchincloss, who's retiring this month as the longtime Principal Deputy Director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, NIAID, at NIH, and its former acting director. Among other extraordinary accomplishments, Dr. Auchincloss's leadership at NIAID put U.S. scientists and researchers in a position to develop the COVID-19 vaccine, the fastest vaccine program in world history, a stunning and successful response to this staggering centennial emergency. For decades, Dr. Auchincloss has served his patients and our nation with a ferocious work ethic, unshakable integrity, and disarming humility and humor. It's no exaggeration, but rather a plain statement of fact to say that all of humanity has benefited from Dr. Auchincloss's devotion to the public's health, and I'm very proud to be his congressman. I'm wishing him, his wife, Dr. Mary McCain, and his children, Kayla, Hugh, and my always inspiring colleague, Congressman Jake Auchincloss, the very best during this next chapter of his career and his life. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
Ask the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in support of the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, or TAA, which provides a lifeline to workers who have lost their jobs due to outsourcing or other trade-related business decisions. TAA provides up to 2 years of robust job training benefits, and according to the U.S. Census, recipients increased their earnings by an average of over $50,000 over a 10-year period. This is not just an economically sound thing to do, it is the right thing to do. We cannot realize the full benefits of trade if we are leaving our friends and our neighbors behind. In my home state of Connecticut alone, over 1,000 people have been helped by this program to find new jobs to improve their skills, according to the Department of Labor. Unfortunately, the program expired 2 years ago, and Congress has failed to reauthorize it. That means over 121,000 workers who have submitted petitions seeking resources to improve their job skills have been ignored. Elected officials on both sides of the aisle like to talk about supporting American workers. It's time that we put our money where our mouth is. I urge my colleagues co-sponsor the American Worker and Trade Competitiveness Act and to demand that it be brought to a vote. The American people are watching. They want to know if we have their back. We cannot wait. We cannot afford to wait any longer. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And still I rise today, and I stand alone. I stand alone, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes it's better to stand alone than not stand at all. And I stand today mindful of the words of the great Voltaire, the great intellectual, who reminds us that it is dangerous, Mr. Speaker, to be right in affairs where established men are wrong. So I rise today to take a stand and to call to the attention of the nation that I love. I love this country. I salute the flag. I stand for the national anthem. I sing the national anthem. But I remind everyone that the greatness of America will not be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world will stand and sing and salute. The greatness of America will be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world will defend those who choose not to stand, sing, and salute. And I do. I defend them. I believe that the greatness of the country resides in our ability to have people that we disagree with stand before us, look us in the eye, announce their disagreement, and yet we take that understanding that in this country we can disagree and still have a great country. So I stand today to call to the attention of the nation and the many who may not know. A good many may know what I'm about to share. And I have with me evidence of what I speak. This, my dear friends, is from CNN by Andrew Carey, July 18th, 2024, which would be a little more than 2 months as I calculate things. And it reads, Israeli lawmakers vote overwhelmingly against Palestinian statehood. Remember, July 18th, 2024. Goes on to say, challenging U.S. policy. This is the style of this article published by CNN. These are the words. The Biden administration received another rebuff from Israel Wednesday night, this time from the country's parliament. The parliament would be the Knesset. That would be similar to, not the same as, but similar to our Congress. So this is a rebuff, per CNN, from the parliament of Israel over the United States' long-standing support for the eventual establishment of a Palestinian state. The establishment of a Palestinian state. Now, this is important to me because since I've been in Congress, I arrived in 2005, there has been a policy of a two-state solution, a state for Palestinians and a state for Israelis. Long-standing. In fact, I have voted for it. I have voted to send money to Israel because I thought the two-state solution was the goal that we were all working toward. And I have voted for more than $50 billion, thinking that we were moving toward a two-state solution. Well, this article goes on to say, a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been U.S. policy for decades. I agree with that. It has. But absent negotiations between the two sides and a lack of sustained effort by the U.S., I shall repeat, a lack of a sustained effort by the U.S. to make it happen. Now, the contention in this article is that the United States has not made a sustained effort to make it happen. I believe that the Biden administration has. I have witnessed much of what the Biden administration is trying to do and has done. But it goes on to read, on Wednesday evening, the Israeli parliament made clear its position, voting 68-9 to reject any creation of a Palestinian state. 68-9, the Israeli parliament has voted to reject any creation of a Palestinian state. Many people don't know this. I'm grateful that CNN has published it. It goes on. The Knesset of Israel firmly opposes the establishment of a Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. Actually, it says west of the Jordan, but we know that that's the Jordan River. And the Jordan River is at the West Bank, and it's the West Bank of Jordan, not the West Bank of Israel. But it's a part of what should be a Palestinian state. So the West Bank, I will read this again because this is exceedingly important. The Knesset of Israel has firmly opposed the establishment of a Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. Now, if you do that west of a Jordan River, that is another way of saying from the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. No Palestinian state. From the river to the sea. Now, in this country, if you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, well, that would be anti-Semitic. Well, what is it if the Knesset of Israel, the governing body, the Knesset of Israel, this is not just some person on the street. The Knesset of Israel firmly opposes the establishment of a Palestinian state west of the Jordan River, from the river to the sea. That would include all of what at one time was known as Palestine. All of what at one time was known as Palestine. I challenge anyone within the sound of my voice or anyone who is seeing this. Look for a map with Palestine on it, a map depicting the area today. It's not on the map. You may find it on some, but most maps will not have a place called Palestine on them today. Now remember, in 1948, the place that we are now calling Israel, as you'll see later on in this article, was called Palestine. The mandate was to have two states, one for Palestinians, one for Israelis. But somehow this has metamorphosed into Israel in the minds of many people, not in my mind. I'm still on the two-state solution program that I voted for and sent $50 billion, more than $50 billion to help accomplish. So, from the river to the sea, firmly opposes a Palestinian state. This is the Knesset of Israel. Goes on to indicate the establishment of a Palestinian state in the heart of the land of Israel. A Palestinian state in the heart of the land of Israel. Remember, 1948, all of this land was called Palestine. 1948. Then there was a mandate. Well, I should say 47, 48. Then there was a mandate. And pursuant to the mandate, there were to be two states, a state of Israel and a state of Palestine. But we find here that the Knesset of Israel has concluded that the establishment of a Palestinian state in the heart of the land of Israel. What happened to Palestine? What happened to the land that was to become a Palestinian state? In the heart of the land of Israel would pose an existential danger to the state of Israel and its citizens. Perpetuate the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Well, what will happen if there is no state for the Palestinians? Will that be perpetual peace? If there's no state for the Palestinians? And what are you saying when you say that there will be no state for the Palestinians? Well, what will there be? Will there be a one-state solution in a state called Israel? And what will the Palestinians become? Will they have full citizenship in a state called Israel? Will they become a part of an apartheid state? What will happen to the Palestinians? That's a fair question to ask when you have the Israeli Knesset indicating that there will be no Palestinian state from the river to the sea, which is all of what used to be called Palestine. Goes on to indicate would perpetrate the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and destabilize the region. The declaration read, well, there are many questions to be asked. I don't know that the answers are going to be readily available. But it seems to me that this is perspicuously clear, and there will be no Palestinian state if the current Israeli government has its way. Let's go on. Same news article reads, among those who backed it, meaning this resolution, was Benny Gantz, an opponent of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Gantz's vote serves as a blow to those in Washington, that would be us, those in Washington who see him as someone more inclined to seek a negotiated peace with Palestinians if he ever became Israel's leader. So now we have the current prime minister who's supportive of this resolution, and we have a potential prime minister, Mr. Benny Gantz, who has voted in favor of the resolution as well. It reads, instead, the resolution was a signal to the international community that pressure to impose a Palestinian state on Israel is futile. That's what this is supposed to signal, Mr. Speaker. Futile. We're trying to negotiate a two-state solution when the government of Israel has already passed a resolution and said we're not going to do that. There will be no two-state solution from the river to the sea. Can you imagine if someone in this country said there will be no Israel from the river to the sea? What our response would be? Do we not care about the Palestinians? Are they not human beings? Did they not have a place in the land that was called Palestine prior to 1947, 48? Do they not matter to anybody? Palestinians? They ought to have a place in the land that was called Palestine. Instead, the resolution was a signal to the international community that pressure to impose a Palestinian state on Israel is futile. Why are we imposing a Palestinian state on Israel? We are imposing a Palestinian state pursuant to the mandate in a place called Palestine. And we talk about these things as though Israel owns all of the land and the Palestinians are foreigners who have somehow encroached upon the land of Israel. Futile. Instead, the resolution was a signal to the international community that pressure to impose a Palestinian state on Israel is futile, leader of the right-wing opposition New Hope Party, Gideon Saar, said, according to Haaretz newspaper. So now, we have the Knesset saying no, from the river to the sea, there will be no Palestinian state. Let's get another opinion. This article has been published in many publications, including the Times of Israel. This one was taken from the Economic Times, but the essence of what's here has been published many times. Now this reads, "We are not another star in American flag." Israel minister dismisses U.S. criticism over immigration of Gazan civilians. This is from January 3rd, 2024, not that long ago. And then he says, this Israeli prime minister says, "I really admire the United States of America, but with all due respect," by the way, I'm not angry with him for what I'm about to read. I respect him. I'm not upset. But he says, "I really admire the United States of America, but with all due respect, we are not another star in the American flag." I agree with that. You're not another star in the American flag. No quarrel with that. Then he goes on to say, this is Ben Gvir, goes on to say, or Ben Gvir. I want to make sure that I get him right. No disrespect to you, sir. Who heads the ultra-nationalist Otzma Yehudit party. This is what he said in a statement. Not another star in the American flag. I agree, you're not. But then he adds, "The United States is our best friend." No disagreement there. "But before everything else, we will do what is good for the state of Israel." Now that's a minister, part of the Israeli government, saying he's going to do what's in the best interest of Israel. Who can be upset with him for saying he's going to do what's in the best interest of his country? I think he probably loves his country like I love my country. So he's doing what's in the best interest of his country. Well, let's see what he thinks is in the best interest of his country, because he goes on to say, do what's good for the state of Israel, and then he adds, "The immigration of hundreds of thousands from Gaza will allow residents," and this is being said parenthetically, but I'll read it to you, "of the border area to return home and live in security and protect IDF soldiers." We need to focus on the word immigration. Immigration is thought by some to mean you will leave and you may return. But here's what Webster says. Immigration, departure from a place of abode, natural home, or country for life or residence elsewhere. You're not coming back. He has no problem with immigration of hundreds of thousands from Gaza. Now, remember, Gaza and the West Bank are about all that the Palestinians can hope for at this point. Gaza and the West Bank. That's about all. Well, if they leave and they can't return, then that becomes more land for Israel, which then means that all that the Palestinians may hope for would be the West Bank, which, of course, is being encroached upon by the settlers. So we find ourselves now with this minister indicating that he sees nothing wrong. It would be good for the state of Israel. Now, dear friends, friends, if this official can say that he will do what's good for the state of Israel, is it wrong for me to stand in the well of the Congress of the United States of America, born here in the United States of America, born in Louisiana, lived my life here in the United States of America, no desire to live anywhere else or move to any other place? Is it wrong for me to say that I think I should do what's in the best interest of my country? He does what's in the best interest of his country. I do what's in the best interest of my country. And I don't believe it's in the best interest of my country for us to continue to send billions of dollars to Israel when Israel's Knesset has voted from the river to the sea, there will be no Palestinian state. From the river to the sea. My God, can you imagine what would happen if someone stood here in the well of the House of Representatives and said, from the river to the sea, there will be no state of Israel? I don't have to imagine. I've seen what happens. You get punished. You become an anti-Semite. What do we call the people who say, from the river to the sea, there will be no Palestinian state? Is there a double standard? Is there a double standard? I believe that there has to be a Palestinian state. So I'm out of step with a good many people. But remember, I believe it's better to stand alone than not stand at all. So I don't think that it is good for the United States to continue to fund wars that a good many people in this country do not support. I am one of them. I think it's time to bring this war to an end. It's time for us to move toward a two-state solution, but also more importantly, or equally as important, it's time to bring home the hostages. Negotiate so that the hostages can be released. It's time for them to be released. Let them go home. And it's time for us to negotiate a serious two-state solution. But unfortunately, the Knesset has said that it will not happen. This government says that it won't. Well, I contend that if this government says that it won't, that's okay. The government in Israel has every right to make these comments. But I also think that the government of the United States has every right to say, no more money, no more bombs, no more planes. You can do what you choose. You're a sovereign nation, but so is the United States of America. A sovereign nation, Mr. Speaker. We have every right to say that if you can't agree on the two-state solution that was mandated in 1948, 47, then, okay, we don't have to support eternal conflict. We don't have to support the war where thousands of babies have been killed. We don't have to support the taking of the land from the Palestinians in the West Bank by the settlers. We don't have to support this. But I don't speak for us. I speak for myself and everybody who agrees with me. Good many people do, by the way. I believe that our alternative to continuing to support the erosion of Palestinian land, the taking of Palestinian land, the declaring that there will be no Palestinian state, I think we should acknowledge that you're a sovereign nation, but so are we. And that we will stand for what we have stood for decades, and that is a two-state solution. I compliment President Biden for making this a significant issue as we go through this time of great turmoil. I compliment him. But I think that we've reached a point now where there has to be a change in our policy. If Israel changed its policy, we can change ours. It's time for a change in the American policy. Still have friends. Government of Israel, the country of Israel will be our friends. But we don't have to support this war. We can ask for peace. And peace is the solution. There is not going to be a solution other than a peaceful two-state solution if you want peace. Now, if you want eternal conflict, or if you want calm, you want things to calm down, then you can have a one-state solution. But remember this, there is calm in a dungeon where people are suffering. You can have calm in a dungeon, but that's not peace. If we want peace where neighbors can work together, you have to work toward it. And you don't make peace with the friends. They're already in a peaceful relationship. You have to make peace with people who have been antithetical to your views. It's time to say, you don't have to make peace, but we don't have to support what you're doing. We've got an aircraft carrier with Americans out there at risk, nuclear powered. It's like a floating military base. When we send out these nuclear powered aircraft carriers, I'm told they can be fueled such that if need be, they can stay for 25 years. And that it has other ships and other aircraft there with it, some 90 aircrafts. Our people are at risk because we have a state, by and through its government, who is saying there will be no two-state solution. And we have now what appears to be a conflict that is expanding and may eventually become a conflagration. It is expanding. And look, I'm for everybody having the right to defend themselves, and that has to include the state of Israel. But I'm also for peace. And peace is not going to be gained by continuing the process of making war. At some point, either someone is going to trigger something that will take this to a different place, or we will back off and try to have arrangements first and then peace to follow. And all of the hostages should be brought home, all of them. So now I close with this, Mr. Speaker. I have said that I don't think that our government should continue to support the war. But I don't speak for the government. So I'm going to speak for myself now. I didn't speak for the government before. Everything that I've said, I speak for myself and all those who agree with me. But here's what I say. If you bring a standalone bill to this floor I'm going to vote against it. If it is a standalone bill, just as the last one was, I believe this was the last, to send more funds to Israel, it's no secret. Don't count me as a yay. Count me as a nay if you bring a standalone bill. Now someone would say, well, why wouldn't you just say that you're going to vote against any bill? Well, because I've been here long enough to have the good sense to know that these things can be packaged such that you have to hold your nose and your breath and close your eyes and turn your back and just vote for it. You may not want to, but the way it's packaged can push you into a corner in a place that you dare not go and don't want to be. But you do. So, if you bring a standalone bill, I'm voting against it. And probably will vote against others that are not standalone, depending on how they have been packaged. It's time for us to take a stand. And there's a song, a spiritual song, that has the words, just stand. Just stand. After you've done all that you can, and I'm doing all that I can, after you've done all that you can, knowing that it is dangerous to be right in affairs where established men are wrong, after you've done all that you can, just stand. Just stand. Stand for liberty and justice for all, as represented by that flag behind the speaker. Stand with Carlyle. No lie can live forever. Stand with William Cullen Bryant. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again. Stand with Dr. King. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Stand knowing that the words of C.A. Tinley are powerful and right. Harder yet may be the fight. Right may often yield to might. Wickedness high may seem to reign, and Satan's cause may seem to gain. But there's a God that rules above with a hand of power and a heart of love. And when I'm right, I just believe that God will help me fight. Harder yet may be the fight, Mr. Speaker. Harder yet may be the fight. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this November, Floridians in my home state are going to be asked to vote on two constitutional amendments. State constitutional amendments. And not only am I opposed to both amendments, but I am vehemently against using the constitutional referendum process in the state of Florida to legislate. That is not what the referendum process was created for. This was designed to amend our state constitution, not to legislate. We have a legislature. We have a process to pass laws that do not involve radically changing our Constitution. The referendum process seeks to circumvent Florida's legislative process by offering quick, easy, and often worse fixes to complicated problems. Need I remind everyone, Mr. Speaker, this is amazing that in Florida's state constitution, we have pregnant pigs discussed. I'm not making that up. If you're unfamiliar, in 2002, Floridians passed a constitutional referendum that made it unlawful to confine a pregnant pig in an enclosure that would prevent her from being able to turn around safely in that pen. That's in our Constitution. We were the laughingstock of the nation. While Florida's Constitution is silent on the rights of cows, horses, chickens, or other barnyard animals, it addresses in considerable detail the rights of pregnant pigs. Unbelievable. We passed that into Florida law. With referendums, voters are forced to make decisions about complicated issues with little information they receive, which is sometimes often just from political messaging, TV, radio ads. It's whoever can buy the most influence through the media who gets their referendum passed by the people. For those of you that don't know, Florida's referendum process requires signatures in support of a proposed amendment from 8% of the total votes cast statewide in the last presidential election from 1/2 of the 27 congressional districts in the state of Florida. Now that's a tough challenge. It's an expensive challenge. It's a huge undertaking that is usually only backed by large organizations with immense financial capability. This is not something for the people. They buy and sell an idea they can't get passed through our state legislature. That's what this special interest money is able to buy. State constitutions should be what define the supreme law governing a state, the civil liberties and the rights of its people, and the structure and power of the state's government. As the governing document, what we put in should be carefully defined and agreed upon. Unlike writing legislation, definitions are not even required in these constitutional referendums as long as the amendment is, and I quote, clear to voters. That leaves so much room for interpretation, and it's up to the state to host a lot of unnecessary lawsuits. That brings me to our current predicament this November. Neither Amendment 3 nor Amendment 4, I believe, should be voted on at the ballot box. These are structural state constitution issues. That's what referendum should be used for, not this Florida's Amendment 3. Put it up. The issue needs to be thoroughly examined and decided on by our state legislature and the governor. We are a democratic republic for a reason. Referendums are shortcuts to hard answers. In order to govern well, we must leave the legislating to our state legislatures. Now, I'm rising today firmly opposed to Amendment 3, which, as you can see, is the marijuana legalization initiative, a referendum that Floridians are being asked to vote on this November at the ballot box, and there are so many misunderstandings about what this referendum will actually do. So let's get into them. First, this amendment would not legalize homegrown marijuana, as you see in the top left here, or top right, I'm sorry. This amendment, instead, it only allows state licensed entities to acquire, cultivate, process, manufacture, sell, and distribute marijuana and related accessories. Currently, medical marijuana treatment centers are the only state licensed entities. They will remain the only ones allowed to trade in marijuana in the state of Florida. So instantly you create pretty much a monopoly. If someone wanted to legally grow and or sell marijuana products, they would have to get approval from the state's legislature first. But this will create a monopoly for big marijuana corporations who already have licenses to legally sell marijuana to anyone over 21 in the state. Now, this is one of the most amazing parts of this that you never hear talked about in the ads that they actually are producing. And that is the fact that these corporations that are going to have this monopoly, they also get legal immunity. Legalized immunity. It will not get fentanyl-laced marijuana off our streets, as some have said. Supporters of this amendment claim it will better regulate the marijuana circulating, but evidence tells a very different story. In states where recreational marijuana has already been legalized, we have seen illegal drug markets flourish. People still turn to illegal and unsanctioned drug dealers to purchase marijuana because it's cheaper or easier to purchase no matter your age. So according to the Rutgers Center of Alcohol and Substance Abuse Studies, California, they legalize it. California produces about 40% of the nation's marijuana, the vast majority of it grown by unlicensed growers. With 3/4 of the U.S. marijuana market made up of illegal products, that means that California is fueling a massive underground economy. Of course, with a flourishing black market comes an increase in crime. Again, take California, for example. It was the first state in the nation to legalize the medical use of the drug in 1996. The state would go on to legalize recreational use in 2016. And recent California police reports suggest that arrests for marijuana-related crimes have increased following legalization. Among such reports are a series of police records secured by the Los Angeles Times in early 2019, showing that arrests actually rose 166% since 1996. Just this year, California has reported several massive illegal cannabis busts, with one resulting in the confiscation of over $1 million worth of illicit weed cultivated by unlicensed growers. It doesn't go away. It just stays underground. California's Department of Cannabis Control has raided at least 60 alleged grow houses over the past 2 years, and they suspect well over 100 more remain in operation. You heard me right. California actually had to create a separate department to go after the marijuana. Rutgers also suggests illegal operations have increased in legal states where it's been legalized due to lax oversight, with some sellers skipping the acquisition of a legal license, yet still operating out of storefronts, presenting themselves as licensed dealers. Mr. Speaker, we do not want this in Florida. We do not need this in our community. We certainly don't need it in our own backyards. Legalized weed sales does not get rid of dangerous fentanyl-laced marijuana either. Another lie that is being told on the television ads that are trying to procure support for Referendum 3. In fact, in Missouri, a state where recreational marijuana is legal for people over 21 years of age, doctors are seeing more cases of marijuana being mixed with fentanyl. More, not less, more. According to Dr. Michael Winzinger, a psychiatrist at the Washington University School of Medicine, they've seen an increase in cases of teenagers inadvertently consuming these deadly combinations. Dr. Wenzinger also suggests that people believe that since weed is sold in dispensaries, it's safe to consume. That's a lie. They're lulled into a false sense of security, thinking they are buying legal marijuana when all too often that is not the case. Reports also show state law enforcement have found marijuana laced with fentanyl in Illinois and New York, 2 states where recreational use is legal, as well as Alabama and Louisiana, states where medical marijuana is legal. It's clear that even in states with government-regulated dispensaries at the ready, people still choose to buy their marijuana on the black market, mainly, as we all know, because of their age. We've also seen the potency of marijuana increase drastically. And Mr. Speaker, this is the part of this issue that concerns me the most as a 41-year law enforcement officer. The percentage of THC, the main psychoactive component in cannabis, has increased by more than 200% from 1995 to 2015. More than 200%. Even more concerning, a May study in the Journal of Psychological Medicine found that schizophrenia cases in men ages 21 to 30 may have been preventable by up to 30% without their persistent use of marijuana. Folks, we think we have a mental health issue in this country now. Wait until we've had all these 21 to 25-year-old, 18 to 25-year-old young developing brains on high levels of THC for extended periods of time, and you begin to see the increase in schizophrenia, paranoia, and other psychotic breaks. Florida's Amendment 3 increases crime and illegal distribution of marijuana. It doesn't reduce it. Monopolizes the industry, creates blanket legal immunity for big marijuana corporations, does not legalize home growth, and promotes marijuana use that is linked to psychotic disorders. Mr. Speaker, for all these reasons, I have to tell you, I am adamantly opposed to Florida's Amendment 3 in November. Now, I also want to mention Amendment 4, as I discussed earlier, because I can tell you that Floridians are being asked to vote on Amendment 4. And this one really is just a travesty. If passed, this amendment would prevent any law from prohibiting, penalizing, delaying, or restricting abortion before viability or when necessary to protect the patient's health, placing the decision in the hands of the health care provider. Now, here's what's amazing about this. Under current Florida state law, in order to receive an abortion, it must occur before the baby reaches 6 weeks of gestation. However, there are exceptions built into the state law, including rape, incest, human trafficking, that allows for the procedure up to 15 weeks of pregnancy. It also allows physicians, and I say that specifically, to terminate a pregnancy if necessary to save the life, not just for health reasons, but to save the life of the mother or to prevent a serious risk of substantial and irreversible physical impairment. 2 physicians are required to approve such a procedure. Now, let's get this straight first. Amendment 4 does not define what viability or a health care provider or patient's health means, as you see in the left bottom here. Does not define any of that. Under current Florida statutes, viability has been defined as the state of fetal development when the life of a fetus is sustainable outside the womb through standard medical measures, but there is no universal consensus. As science continues to advance, the age of viability of a fetus has become earlier. In the 1960s, infants weighed less than 1 kilogram, equivalent to about 27 weeks, were considered non-viable. In the 1970s, when Roe v. Wade was established, viability was estimated to be between 24 and 28 weeks. Today, it's closer to the 23 to 24 weeks, with some hospitals even successfully caring for and delivering babies at 22 weeks. Not only does Amendment 4 not define viability, it doesn't define healthcare provider, leaving it up to interpretation. This means anyone can decide a woman should get an abortion, and I mean really anyone. And patients' health care is left up to the interpretation of these so-called healthcare providers, whoever they are. It's not to save the life. It could be for any reason. Under current Florida state law, abortions are not allowed past 6 weeks. With this amendment, there is really no limit to when an abortion can be performed. It says abortions are legal before viability or when necessary to protect the patient's health. A so-called healthcare provider, could decide it's best for the patient's health to terminate that pregnancy at 9 months, as late as they want, and with total disregard for the viability of the baby. Mr. Speaker, they're talking about taking limbs off of babies when they're aborted at 9 months. Ripping them apart in the womb when they can feel pain. We know they feel that pain. It's unconscionable that that's going on in America. They want it to go on. It's actually already happening in Wisconsin. 8 documented cases. This is essentially approving a rubber stamp for late-term abortions, going even further than Roe v. Wade. This is extreme. With Roe v. Wade in the first trimester, 0 to 12 weeks, there was almost no regulation. In the second, 13 to 27 weeks, there were regulations to protect women's health when necessary. In the third trimester, 28 to 40 weeks, it allowed states to ban abortions as so long as exceptions were made to protect the life and health of the mother, as defined by a physician, I might add. Amendment 4 would allow abortions without restriction up to viability, which is currently believed to be 23 weeks, a time that is well into the second trimester. Even under Roe v. Wade, it would have only been allowed at that time to protect the woman's health or life. With Amendment 4 in Florida, what they're trying to do, abortion can occur for whatever reason one decides, whenever they decide. And as you can see in the lower left here, this removes parental approval, parental consent. Minors have to get parental consent to get a tattoo, to have their ears pierced, or any other medical procedure. That's not Florida law. This amendment, however, would only require notification but not permission. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? That means parents can be notified immediately before or even after your 14-year-old daughter has had an abortion by one of these health care providers at any time in her pregnancy. There is no parental consent required. Now, if you watch the television ads that are being run in the state of Florida right now, you would not think that to be the case. This constitutional amendment in the state of Amendment 4 is the most deceptive amendment I've ever seen. It's not what it seems, and it has no place being voted on in the ballot box. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this is Amendment 4. This is Amendment 4 printed out. And it's just this little piece at the top, less than a quarter of a page to take the life of a baby at 9 months old when we're going to rip its limbs off to abort it. Less than a quarter page. This is a tax referendum. 8 pages. We're more clear about how we're going to cut taxes than we are about how we're going to execute a baby in the womb. Tell me that's not deceptive. And the ads that they run are so misleading. They create such falsehoods. When a referendum on taxable values of a home is far more fleshed out and defined than one concerning the life of a child, it's ridiculous. This is bad legislation. This is a bad way to legislate in our Constitution. It's a bait and switch trying to fool Floridians into changing our Constitution to include abortion without any restrictions. And I urge all Floridians to vote no on this amendment. Referendums are shortcuts to hard answers. Let's leave the hard answers to the state legislature where it belongs. That's why we are a democratic republic. Let them do their job. Do not allow those with special interest money to decide what the law is going to be in Florida. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 2861, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Billie Jean King, an American icon, in recognition of a remarkable life devoted to championing equal rights for all in sports and in society.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, America is facing a farm and food crisis. As we're here speaking today in the nation's capital, there are farmers and ranchers that are struggling with so many burdens, so many natural disasters, struggling with an economy, with inflation. Let me say that again. America is facing a farm and food crisis. Now, as the chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, I've had the honor to travel across this country to hear from the farmers, ranchers, producers, consumers, and everyone in between across our great agricultural value chain. My colleagues and I have took what we heard on the road and to craft a bipartisan and highly effective farm bill. No matter where we traveled, one thing was clear: America's farm economy is in crisis. And with no farms, there's no food. The last time we passed a farm bill was in 2018, and a lot in our world has changed since then. As I stand before you today, farmers across the nation are grappling with immense challenges. For the first time in years, we're witnessing a downturn spiral in net farm income, with projections for 2024 showing a staggering $54 billion decline. That's the largest two-year loss in net cash farm income in history. And that's across just 8 of the commodities. You add into that the specialty crops, it is a farm and food crisis. These are not just numbers on a spreadsheet, they are the livelihoods of American farmers. the backbone of our rural communities and the source of food, fiber, and fuel for our nation and the world. Now, why is this happening? Simply put, farm production costs have skyrocketed. Input prices remain near record highs. Yet the prices farmers receive for their crops have plummeted. The prices of corn, soybeans, cotton, and wheat have seen an average drop of 21%, all while operating expenses continue to soar. The U.S. trade deficit will reach a record-breaking $30.5 billion in 2024. But according to USDA, that record will be broken next year with the 2025 agricultural trade deficit expected to reach $42.5 billion, all contributing to this nation's farm and food crisis. Many producers are barely breaking even, and if there are, they're lucky. Others are sinking deeper into debt, with USDA forecast, the United States Department of Agriculture forecasting farm sector debt to hit a record $54 billion by year's end, the highest inflation-adjusted level in more than 60 years. And while these numbers are daunting, they reflect only part of the story. Since the last Farm Bill was passed in 2018, America's producers have faced powerful headwinds from extreme weather, rising foreign subsidies, trade barriers, global conflict, and supply chain disruptions. From the trade war with China to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, our agriculture sector has taken hit after hit. Despite these challenges, federal support for production agriculture in 2024 is projected to be at its lowest level since 1982. Let me say that again, 1982. Imagine the impact this downturn has on our rural communities, who already struggle with declining populations and a shrinking tax base. Imagine what it means for national food security, and ultimately national security, when the very people who grow our food are unable to sustain their operation. Current economic conditions have resulted in farmers and ranchers eating through their available liquidity and working capital. In the September Beige Book, the Federal Reserve Bank reported declining conditions for the agriculture sector in their respective regions. Various banks reported that credit providers seeing building financial stresses within the ag sector. Without financial certainty, lenders will be facing a credit crunch, and it will become increasingly difficult to get producers to cash flow. The time for Congress to step up and pass a new farm bill is now. An extension of the current policy is not acceptable. Our current farm safety net, crafted in 2018, well, it was great for 2018, is simply outdated. While supplemental assistance kept many farms afloat, it's clear their existing programs have not kept up with inflation or the realities on the ground. In fact, in our July hearing before the House Agriculture Committee on the state of the farm economy, producers and lenders told us that even if we deliver an improved farm safety net, additional assistance may be necessary to account for the losses experienced over the last year while Congress has failed to act. I stand ready to work with my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee and leadership to deliver near-farm assistance to bridge the gap to a highly effective 5-year farm bill. A strong farm bill isn't just about agriculture. It's about our food supply, our rural communities, and our national security. If we fail to act before the year's end, if we settle for just extending the current law, we will be condemning thousands of farm families to an uncertain and potentially devastating future. And when you lose farms, you lose food. And when you lose food, you have food insecurity, which leads to national insecurity. Thankfully, the House has a bipartisan solution to the crisis in our farm economy. The Bipartisan Farm, Food, and National Security Act was crafted by farmers for farmers. It is a product of intensive input, feedback negotiations, and the realities of where our agriculture industry is and the tools it needs to succeed. I want to walk through how this critical piece of legislation will benefit our rural communities, our food security, and our national security. The commodity title aids farmers in managing risks and provides assistance for following precipitous declines in commodity prices. Through the reauthorization and enhancement of the commodity, marketing loan, sugar, dairy, and disaster programs, producers are provided some certainty in times of unpredictability. Our bipartisan Farm Bill increases support for the price loss coverage and the agriculture risk coverage programs to account for persistent inflation and the rising costs of production, the volatility within the agriculture markets. We have not invested in this area significantly, any increase for decades. This provides the authority to expand base acres to include producers who currently are not able to participate in ARC or PLC. That's extremely important when you look at new, young, and beginning farmers, the future farmers. The future farmers are going to provide us our food security, provide food and fiber, building materials, energy resources. They need to be able to have that tool of base acres. It modernizes marketing loans and the sugar policy. You know, the sugar policy has always been divisive on this floor. You know, picking sides between those who produce our sugar, the cane and the sugar beets producers of this nation, and those who utilize it, those who use it to make our food, the bakers, the confectioners, the great companies, all across both of those spectrums, great family-owned businesses. Mr. Speaker, this Farm Bill, both sides of that are holding hands. We've got we've worked hard to get them in a room and to work out, you know, modest reforms that both sides can agree upon. This will be the first Farm Bill that I know of where we don't have sugar wars, where they've come together. And I appreciate the folks who came to the table to work out those. It bolsters dairy programs to continue providing vital assistance. That's the number one commodity in my home state of Pennsylvania. Agriculture is the number one industry. We have included in this Farm Bill improvements in the dairy margin coverage. We've increased the amount of pounds that can be insured, which is really important when you look at the consolidation of dairy farms over the years. Over the past decades, we've lost a third of our dairy farms in this nation. We don't ever want to be dependent on another country for our food, dependent on them for food supply, and that includes dairy. In this Farm Bill, we increased the amount of pounds, you know, from 5 million to 6 million pounds that can be insured under the dairy margin coverage. We modernizing the cost factors, which are more than, well, basically predated 2018 in terms of how that insurance program. And it's not a handout. These are public-private partnerships where the farmers step up, they purchase coverage, they decide how much coverage they want to purchase. We've engaged the private sector to create these programs, and yes, the government does make them more affordable so that our farmers are able to keep farming, so that we're able to have continued food security, that we can have continued national security as a nation. We enhance the standing disaster programs and expands eligibility for assistance. Mr. Speaker, when you look around this country, and just in the past year, the amount of flood, the amount of drought, hurricanes, wildfires that have impacted our farmers and that acreage in so many devastating ways, you know, to be able to enhance standing disaster programs so that they're reliable, that they're more timely, that they help keep our farmers farming, you know, that is the direction we need to go in. And the Farm, Food, and National Security Act does that, accomplishes that, the language within that. The conservation title provides farmers, ranchers, and growers with financial and technical assistance to address a variety of natural resource concerns such as soil health and erosion, water quality and quantity, and the wildlife habitat. The 2024 Farm Bill continues to support our proven system of voluntary, incentive-based, and locally led conservation through various improvements. You know, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you know this, but in terms of endangered and threatened species, there has been more endangered and threatened species delisted through the efforts of these locally led, voluntary, incentive-based conservation programs that are in this Farm Bill than, quite frankly, what Fish and Wildlife or anyone else has done through more punitive measures. And we're proud of that fact. These are great programs. They do a lot of good things. We provide historic investment in Title II by reallocating the Inflation Reduction Act conservation dollars and expands covered conservation practices. It protects and enhances working lands conservation programs like the Environmental Quality Incentive Program and the Conservation Stewardship Program, while promoting precision agriculture, the agriculture of today and tomorrow. It includes common sense easement reforms and protects working forest lands through newly authorized forest conservation easement programs. It strengthens and improves program administration for the Regional Conservation Partnership Program and the Technical Service Provider Program and PL 566, which deals with our watersheds. It modernizing the Conservation Reserve Program by incentivizing the enrollment of marginal lands and emphasizing state partnerships. You know, soils that are fertile, we need to be growing. We need to be growing our crops. We need to be grazing our livestock. We have a nation to feed. And quite frankly, a lot of the rest of the world relies on food that is produced in our great country. These programs do that, as opposed to we discourage fertile land from sitting idle. It's the marginal lands we invest in with this modernization. It reauthorizes and funds successful programs such as the Feral Swine Eradication Program, and quite frankly, they're devastating in many parts of the country. And the Voluntary Public Access and Habitat Incentive Program, an incredible program when it comes to wildlife through promoting the right kind of habitat on that rural acreage. It emphasizes science, technology, and innovation, including within the conservation practice standards, establishment, and the review processes. Agriculture is the backbone to the most of the world's economies, and robust promotion programs not only create market access, but protect our agricultural interests and acts as a catalyst for innovation and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, the trade title expands the research and impact of the Market Access Program and the Foreign Market Development Program. The 2024 Farm Bill will mitigate global food insecurity while providing U.S. producers new markets, improving local economies, and lessening the damage of this administration's ineffective trade agenda. Mr. Speaker, our bipartisan Farm Bill doubles funding for MAP and FMD. They've never been increased since those programs were created. We double those. We know how important that is. We've listened to our farmers and ranchers around the country. It prioritizes U.S. commodities rather than unlimited market-based assistance. It balances the authorities of USAID with those of USDA. It lessens the bureaucracy associated with programs meant to respond to immediate crisis. It addresses trade barriers and infrastructure deficiencies. It fosters education partnerships to ensure developing countries can benefit from our nation's advanced research and developing technologies. The nutrition title, Mr. Speaker, is a really important title within the Farm Bill. The fact is, I think it's a value and a principle where we're from, right? Neighbors help neighbors in need. But it's also a market program for our farmers. It's a workforce development program as we provide assistance for individuals who are struggling in poverty and new nutrition assistance to get the type of SNAP employment, education, and career and technical education to climb the ladder of opportunity. It supports families formerly disallowed to receive benefits. It refocuses work programs to support upward mobility, invests in and modernizes food distribution programs to create parity with urban programming. It promotes program integrity and state accountability. The biggest problem we've had with the nutrition program is not the Farm Bill program, It's how certain states have misappropriately implemented and administered that program. We take actions to provide better oversight and accountability on those states as they execute those programs in their states. And it advances policies related to healthy eating, healthy behaviors, and healthy outcomes. Our bipartisan Farm Bill provides resources across multiple programs that have successfully benefited tribal communities, seniors, and households pursuing healthier options. It offers significant opportunities for individuals to remain on their current career pathways without choosing between SNAP and employment. We encourage them to stay on those rungs of ladder opportunity and to climb higher. It creates new access for participants either formally disallowed or beholden to arcane restriction. It corrects egregious executive branch overreach and disallows future unelected bureaucrats from arbitrarily increasing SNAP benefits. Congress holds the power of the purse, no one else. And we're the closest to the people here in the House. So this provision allows us to do our job as members of Congress going forward. It creates a stronger, more sustainable connection between health and federal feeding programs. For example, the dietary guidelines process is flawed. The committee-passed bill makes certain scientific rigor and total transparency are at the forefront of any federal dietary policy. At a time when most of our food industry is under attack, it is so important to remember that science should guide our policymakers. It holds USDA and states accountable to the generosity of the American taxpayer. There are ongoing integrity issues in SNAP, including billions of dollars in fraud, families falling victim to transactional criminals, and states manipulating data to avoid supporting able-bodied individuals in joining the workforce or pursuing career and technical education. We take measures to end that in this Farm Bill, Mr. Speaker. Our nation's producers borrow more capital in a single harvest season than most Americans do in their entire lives. Interest rates have exploded under the Biden administration, resulting in skyrocketing borrowing costs, which fall especially hard on our nation's younger, less established farmers, producers. Programs within the credit title are instrumental in helping producers both start and maintain their operations. It enhances financing options for producers who are unable to obtain credit from a commercial lender. It provides resources to new, young, and beginning and veteran farmers in their transition from farming into farming and ranching. It protects and enhances the ability of commercial lenders to provide rural America with a reliable source of credit and capital. That's so important when you look at bigger projects in rural America, whether it would be schools or hospitals, rehabilitation centers, nursing homes. Programs offered by USDA's rural development play a vital role in enhancing rural life and fostering economic growth. The rural development title of the 2024 Farm Bill continues the long history of bipartisan support for rural development initiatives and implements important improvements to enhance a robust rural economy. It strengthens broadband connectivity to rural communities. It improves precision agriculture practices and increases accessibility of precision agriculture services. It protects access to health care in rural America. It enhances efforts to meet child care demands of rural areas. It addresses existing workforce challenges within rural communities to effectively meet their needs, encourages private capital investments in rural communities, and it streamlines the permitting process for rural development processes. The research and extension title of the 2024 Farm Bill keeps American agriculture at the forefront of innovation and productivity through the cutting-edge research and supports the nation's land-grant and non-land grant colleges of agriculture. Our bipartisan Farm Bill supports the modernization of the agriculture research facilities by providing funding for the Research Facilities Act, increases funding for the Specialty Crop Research Initiative, allocates funding for research and the development of mechanization and automation technologies for the specialty crop industry. It maintains funding for the Emergency Citrus Disease Research and Extension Program. It provides continued funding for scholarships for students at 1890 institutions. And it promotes interagency coordination for further agricultural research at other federal agencies. The forestry title of the Farm Bill promotes active forest management through incentivizing public-private partnerships, creating new market opportunities, and revitalizing rural communities while reducing wildfire risk and improving forest health to ensure healthy and productive federal, state, tribal, and private forests. Incentivizes active forest management through the public-private partnerships by expanding existing authorities like the Good Neighbor Authority and the stewardship and result contracting. It creates new and enhances existing market opportunities for forest products, including existing and new data sources and tools, including investing in innovative wood products and expanding the use of biochar. It revitalizes rural communities and forest health through cross-boundary authority. It simplifies environmental process requirements while ensuring environmental protection by building upon the success of categorical exclusions and other streamlined authorities. The energy title of the Farm Bill increases access to energy system and efficiency updates for farmers, ranchers, and rural small businesses, while encouraging growth and innovation for biofuels, bioproducts, and related feedstocks. It allows for critical cost and energy savings by increasing access to the Rural Energy for America program. It streamlines program delivery and enhances program integrity for bio-based market programs and biofuels and bioproducts development program like the BioPreferred program and the biorefinery, renewable chemical, and bio-based product manufacturing assistance program. It requires the administration to study the impacts of solar installations on prime, unique, or statewide or locally important farmland. Mr. Speaker, can I inquire how much time it remains?
12 minutes.
Was that 12?
Gentleman has 12 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Horticulture Marketing and Regulatory Reform title provides critical investments to enhance the competitiveness of specialty crops and protect plant health. It delivers common sense regulatory reforms necessary to relieve American farmers and ranchers from overregulation by the Biden administration. It provides additional funding for the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program and directs program administrators to consult with specialty crop producers when setting priorities for the program. It increases funding for plant, pest, and disease management to further safeguard American agriculture and natural resources. It maintains funding for the local agriculture market program and improves program delivery through simplified application, and continues support for organic production through the National Organic Program, Organic Production, and the Market Data Initiative, and the National Organic Certification Cost Share Program. Agriculture producers are greatly affected by numerous factors outside of their control, ranging from extreme weather to geopolitical instability. Crop insurance, a vital risk management tool, is available to help producers manage the unique risks of farming and is delivered through an effective public-private partnership in which the federal government shares in the cost of the premiums, which would otherwise be unaffordable for most farmers. The crop insurance title of the Farm, Food, and National Security Act expands premium assistance for beginning and veteran farmers. It directs research and development of new policies and establishes an advisory committee for more robust engagement with specialty crop producers. It enhances certain coverage options to reduce the needs for unbudgeted and ad hoc disaster relief. It bolsters the private sector delivery system. Mr. Speaker, the miscellaneous title brings together provisions related to livestock health and management, foreign animal disease preparedness, young and beginning farmers, and other key areas. It directs additional resources towards the three-legged stool to protect the entire livestock and poultry industry in the United States from foreign animal diseases. This title provides guidance documents and other resources for small and very small meat and poultry producing facilities. It allows livestock auction owners to invest in packing facilities subject to capacity limitations. It directs the Secretary of Agriculture to work in consultation with the U.S. Trade Representative to negotiate animal disease regionalization agreements with our trading partners. It enhances protections for dogs under the Animal Welfare Act. It clarifies that states and local governments cannot impose a condition or standard on the production of covered livestock unless the livestock is physically located within such state or local government area boundaries. It requires the Secretary to conduct regular assessments to identify risks and security vulnerabilities to the food and agriculture critical infrastructure sector. It reforms certain reporting requirements under the Agriculture and Foreign Investment Disclosure Act to ensure accuracy and transparency of data on farmland owned by foreign persons or foreign entities. Again, farm security is food security, is national security. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I want to thank the thousands of stakeholders across the country who have made themselves heard and been a part of this process so far. From fly-ins to speaking directly to staff and members to hosting roundtables, webinars, social media campaigns, drafting letters of support, and so much more. Mr. Speaker, we approach this bill in a tripartisan manner. That means bringing Democrats and Republicans to the table, but it means bringing the people of rural America and specifically agriculture, farming, to the table. We did that in traveling the country, around 40 states, one territory. I've been honored to chair and lead somewhere close to 100 listening sessions in those areas. And we brought the voices of American agriculture and American consumers to the table. And that's how we wrote the bill. We wrote the bill with their voice. We did it in a manner I like to call from the outside in. You know, too frequently and often in this chamber, we write legislation that's inside out. So we gather a handful of so-called experts in here on Capitol Hill, and we write these bills, and then we take them outside the Beltway of Washington, and we try to convince everybody it's the best thing since sliced bread. Doesn't always work out. We did this bill from the outside in. We traveled the nation. We heard from the very people that provide us food and fiber and building materials. We heard from vulnerable populations who need nutritional assistance. The families are living in poverty, and there's way too many of them living in poverty today. That's why the cost of the nutrition title is so high. It's a reflective of the fact there are way too many American families living in poverty today. This bill can help change that because within the monies that are invested, as I talked about in the nutrition title, quite frankly, we invest in employment education and career and technical education, helping them reach a ladder, the next rung on a ladder of opportunity, so that they can wake up one morning, you know what, and they don't need this type of assistance because they found the great American dream, which is opportunity. I often say, Mr. Speaker, if you're not at the table, you're probably on the menu. And it has been a truly rewarding experience to see so many advocates for our agriculture industry at the table as we crafted this bipartisan bill. When I became chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, I took serious my mandate to protect our food supply and enhance the impact of our nation's agriculture value chain. As I have just highlighted across each of the title of this bill are new and better tools and resources for our farmers and rural communities. From production and processing to delivery and consumption, this bill strengthens the rural economy across every region, state, and district. The Farm Bill has long been an example of consensus, where both sides must take a step off the soapbox and have tough conversations. I do not draw red lines. I do not close the door to conversation. I do not keep anybody from coming to the table to work on legislation, and we certainly didn't do that. Encouraged everyone to come to the table with this Farm Bill. And finally, let me be clear. We continue to have productive conversations across the aisle and across the Capitol building. The stakes are high, and they're too high to get this wrong or to fail to deliver, and I firmly believe the four corners of our Ag Committee agree on this. Working together, we can pass a bipartisan, bicameral, and highly effective Farm Bill. and quite frankly, coming out of with the bipartisan bill for the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2024 that passed out of committee is a huge step in that direction. Mr. Speaker, I so appreciate the opportunity and the privilege of speaking on this floor about America's #1 industry, which is agriculture, the industry that every American family is so dependent on. And not just those 3 times a day when they pick up the tools of American agriculture, be it a knife, fork, or spoon, but when it comes to the economy, when it comes to jobs, when it comes to economic impact, when it comes, quite frankly, to the taxes that are paid by these hardworking members of the agriculture industry, processors, producers, at all levels of government, significant tax dollars that get paid to pay for what we hope are the essential services at all levels of government. This industry is about, and the tools of it make a better environment, and it makes a cleaner climate. I always like to cite data that I was so excited to read here, that shows that our American farmers are the climate champions of the world. They sequester 6.1 gigatons of carbon annually. Now that's 10.1% more than what they admit. Nobody does it better when it comes to a cleaner climate than the American farmer. Farmer, rancher, forester, and our processors as well, with the processes that we use and the products that are developed. And so, let me be clear as I close, Mr. Speaker. America is in a farm and food crisis. And if we don't have farms, we don't have food, we don't have food security, we don't have national security. A nation that cannot feed itself will not exist. And so I'm hoping that all of my members, all of my colleagues will join me, as many have, in supporting the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2024. I look forward to getting this bill to the House floor in the lame duck session. I know I have the support of the other 3 corners, which is the leadership of the Senate and the House Agriculture Committee. They've made a commitment to do that. We don't see a need for an extension. We see a need for Congress, that being the House and the Senate, to do our job and to get the work done on behalf of the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
For a Glenn, but we're different. Thank you. There are a variety of issues I think ought to be talked about at least once before we leave for our districts this Friday. And they're topics that I don't think the press is paying enough attention to. So one more time, I beg them to pay attention to these topics. The first one is the border. Our fiscal year wraps up on September 30th. We right now have 11 of the 12 months in the book for fiscal year 2024. In something that I think has been underreported, we have one more time hit the all-time high of the number of people coming in this country who are other than traditional means, I'll say, coming across the southern border. In August, with 154,000 people, we have now hit 2,700,000 people for the year as a whole. This is, by comparison, Donald Trump in his last entire year was a little under 100,000. Now, part of that year was COVID, but nevertheless, even the next year after that was well under the million total. It is a difficult number to get an exact count on. It includes people who have been released at the border. It includes what they call gotaways, which are a more dangerous class of people. It includes people who have entered the country on what we call the CBP-1 app, which is something I don't think President Biden had the ability our constitutional authority to do, and it includes other people who he has allowed coming across under the Cuban, Haitian, Nicaraguan, and Venezuelan program. But nevertheless, 11 months in, with 1 month to go, we're at 2,700,000 people entering the country, breaking the previous record in the third year of the Biden administration, and giving us a total of what appears to be 20 times as many people entering the country in President Trump's last year. I think would be useful at this time to deal with the argument that we have to allow some people here. In another number that I don't think is talked about enough, if you look in 3-year increments, we recently hit the all-time high, and we're monitoring when the new numbers come out, the all-time high of the number of people who were sworn in as legal citizens in the United States. In the last 3 years, we've had an average of just under 900,000 people sworn in as legal citizens. By comparison, in both the Clinton and Bush years, we were around 700,000. In the 60s, when I grew up, we were only a little over 100,000. The reason I point that out is people who think we should ignore the laws kind of imply that it's very difficult to come here and we are desperately in need of more people from other countries. Again, I repeat, in the last 3 years, we've had an average of just under 900,000 people sworn in, something that is the all-time record. And again, we now should combine that with the 2,700,000 people who, it's not exactly the same thing, but who've come across our southern border or are allowed in under these special programs come up by President Biden. It's important to remember the human cost of all these programs. In addition to changing the United States, having a lot of people who aren't used to abiding by and necessarily revering or understanding our Constitution, the growing number of people coming across the southern border is where our fentanyl crisis comes in. We've got to repeat, from fentanyl, from illegal drugs, twice as many people are dying every year as died in 12 years in the Vietnam War. 110,000 people dying from fentanyl, which is, I think, in part a function of the current administration and the vice president, when she was in charge of the southern border, allowing everything to come across. I also want to point out that the last time I was at the border, I talked to a woman who was kind of in charge of talking to the women who were coming across the border, and she spoke in hushed tones over all of them that are being sexually assaulted. I know President Trump tried to bring this to the fore, and of course he was attacked for being racist, for pointing out that there were a lot of sexual assaults done on the southern border. Another problem we have here is we're making the drug gangs that are doing so much to control Mexico wealthy. Every time I've been at the Border Patrol is under the impression that these brutal drug gangs that are responsible for so many murders in Mexico are making more money bringing people across the border than they are from selling drugs. I also want to point out, as part of the over 2 million people who come here every month, 8,000 are unaccompanied minors. Of all the ridiculous ways the Biden administration is ignoring our southern border, the idea that we're letting 8,000 or 9,000 children come across the border without their parents is maybe the most outlandish thing you can think of. In this country, if a 10-year-old child was moving about the country and we didn't know who their parents were, we'd consider it a scandal. But that is what is routinely done at the southern border. So I hope the press, because sometime in the next month, they're going to release the numbers for September coming across the southern border. We've already got the all-time record. I hope the press gives banner coverage to the new total of people coming into this country when the numbers are out for September and we have the final fiscal year taken care of. Now, the next issue I don't think we've talked about, people do talk about inflation, and inflation is a big problem, and we know inflation has been brought about when you spend money that you're not taking in. We know there were two big bills that were what we call supplemental bills, in addition to the regular bloated budget we pass around here. President Biden and the Democrats here passed something called the American Rescue Plan and an infrastructure bill. That infrastructure bill had some spending which would have been done otherwise, but nevertheless, between the two, we were well over $2 trillion. What isn't talked about enough, and I wish the press would point it out more, is there was another program called the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, the spending there was about $1.2 trillion. It's sometimes forgotten that it was the goal, it was from what I can see, of every Democrat around here, except for the senators from Arizona and West Virginia who held it up. They wanted that program to be about 3 times the normal size of what it is. Frequently in this chamber, even from Republicans, they blame this inflation on the 1.2. Now, it's hard to believe around here, they still don't have an exact number, but the 1 to 1.2 trillion is Inflation Reduction Act. Actually, virtually every Democrat wanted that number to be 3 times as high, $3.5 trillion. I think given that that was the mainstream thinking of the Democrat Party at the time, the press ought to talk a little bit more about that proposed bill that would have passed out of this House if it weren't for 2 brave Democrat senators, Kristen Sinema and Senator Manchin from West Virginia, who held it up. But things could have been a lot worse if you didn't have 2 moderate senators stand up to the ultra-radical, say, mainstream Democrats that we now have in the House and the U.S. Senate. So let's see a little bit more discussion about what the high level of spending that people really wanted at that time. The third issue, which I think should be one of the major issues of the campaign, but because we have a comatose press corps, they don't talk about it, is the war on marriage and the degree to which the U.S. government today has passed program after program, largely exploding in the 60s, but since then many of these programs have been expanded and no new programs added to them, in which a single parent gets government money as long as they are not living with the other parent. As a practical matter, these programs have caused countless children to be raised without a father in the home, because that is apparently what the U.S. government wants to do. Whether you look at the food share program, the low-income housing program, SSI for handicapped children program, the earned income tax credit, the daycare program, the Pell Grant program, all give significantly more money to a family if both parents are not around. And I say that if a working spouse is not around. Usually this means that if a man joins the mother and children and has a decent job, you know, a $30, a $40, a $50,000 a year job, all of a sudden the mother would lose all of these other programs. And that's why we've gone from very, very tiny amounts of single parenthood in the 60s to over 40% in the 90s, and now on the march again. This has fundamentally changed life in America. It's fundamentally changed what it's like growing up in America, and it's something that's not questioned. Our conservative commentators should talk about it, and if they really care about the future of society, our journalism professionals ought to be talking about it. People sometimes wonder why the mom and dad at home is now so rare, like it was a mystery as to why that happened, or an inadvertent effect of the Great Society pushed by Lyndon Johnson, in my mind, until now the worst president we've ever had. Let's not forget that Karl Marx, who still has a lot of influence in academia, said that we had to abolish the American family to have the communist heaven that he wants. Actually, this thinking went before Karl Marx. It was also thinking in the French Revolution, where people who wanted to get rid of the church felt that one of the things they should do is try to break up the family. During the 60s, this thinking was again out there. They weren't things that everybody read, but they were the type of things the intellectuals, which sometimes decide the course of history, have read. Feminist Kate Millay said that destroying the American family was necessary to bring about a left-wing cultural revolution. Later on, Angela Davis, another prominent radical at that time, who was a communist, she also came out against the American family, and particularly the role of men in the family. More recently, Black Lives Matter called for ending the Western prescribed nuclear family structure. And we all know that some of the major businesses, corporations in America, gave money to Black Lives Matter even after that was put on their website. 2 of the 3 co-founders of Black Lives Matter prided themselves on being Marxists who wanted to get rid of the American family. This did not stop Black Lives Matter from being a group that many politicians wanted to associate with, show up with their signs in a rally. Just horrible. But it is, to me, obvious that a goal of the new administration, whoever is sworn in is January, ought to look at, is it time to change the rules, to change the formulas, so that we no longer have an apparent policy in the United States of keeping both parents out of the children, both parents away from the children at the same time. I want to give another quote, which I think is illuminating. And this quote comes from a member of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. A lot of people don't know who people are on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. The Wisconsin Supreme Court is nominally nonpartisan, but nevertheless, races for the Supreme Court clearly have one person backed more by the Democrat Party and one more by the Republican Party. Recently in a case, and this was just dicta, one of the liberal judges, Jill Korofsky, wrote a concurring opinion in which she said, "The notion that marriage serves as the foundation of society is at best outdated and at worst misogynistic." In other words, overtly anti-father. It's a scary quote because she kind of implies that marriage is already done. It's over with. The left has won, and that she can say that marriage is at worst misogynistic, anti-male. It's something I want the American people to think about. I want the people in Wisconsin to think about it, the journalists in Wisconsin to think about it. Is Justice Jill Korofsky right? Is it already the end of the American family? Or can we fight and bring it back and make it the norm like it was 50 or 60 years ago? In any event, I think it is something that should be brought up and has not been brought up anywhere near enough. Now, the third topic that I think we ought to discuss is the Biden administration's policy of giving preferences to one more ethnic group, something that nobody back home knows that's happened. The reason they don't know it is because it hasn't been covered in the press. But the DEI effort, the idea of judging people by their ethnicity, judging people by their sex, is something that has been around for over 50 years now, but the Biden administration, I think, keeps trying to push it more to the fore. And it's something else that ought to be talked about in this campaign. The Biden administration last year changed the policy to, as a practical matter, create preferences for people who come here from the Middle East or North Africa. Now, we know there are already other groups. If they apply for a government job, they may be given preferences. If they own a company and want to receive a government contract, they will get preferences over Americans of European descent. adding to this group, and by the way, you also get preferences for jobs if you work for a company that does over $10,000 business with the federal government each year. In any event, we are now adding people from Morocco, Egypt, Iran, Syria to this list. We're adding people who come here from Gaza to this list. Is that a good idea? Do we think when people are fleeing Gaza with all their wonderful anti-Semitic ideas and come to this country, that they also be given preferences? Apparently, I believe that's what will happen now unless somebody does something and prevents that from happening. So it is something most Americans don't know about. It is something that should be talked about. The next thing that should be talked about, and I bring 5 issues here in case, obviously, we're giving them to the chair, but also anybody in the press corps, and that is as we look to hire new people to run this government in January, are we committed to the First Amendment, which should be obvious. In August, it came out that Mark Zuckerberg, owner of Facebook, was apparently threatened in some way or cajoled into keeping things off something, which presumably was supposed to be kind of a wide open medium that you could peruse and find out what was going on in America today. But instead, the people in the current administration decided to weigh in and say there's certain ideas that Americans apparently shouldn't be able to know about. At the time, a lot of it was concerning COVID, and of course, different people had different opinions on social distancing, on the treatments that people received when they went to the hospital, on the vaccines, all these things. But apparently, the past government didn't feel that Americans could handle all the information. So, like maybe a government in the Soviet Union or China, there were some things that they felt had to be removed from people's computers. And that's why they weighed in with Mark Zuckerberg. We know before that there were people who weighed in, the same political party, because they felt information regarding Hunter Biden was not something that the Americans could handle on their own, so we had to remove it and keep Americans in the dark. Maybe that was significant enough it changed to win the last election. But in any event, it is another example of people of importance in America who kind of view the First Amendment with contempt. And I would like to know, going into the next election, where the people running for public office stand on the First Amendment. The final issue I'd like to bring up, which seems to be dropped, is in August, when we were not in, I, like many other politicians, I rang doorbells in my district to see what was on people's minds. And I ran across 2 grandmothers who had grandchildren who tried to go down this transgender route. It was obviously very disturbing for both grandmothers. One of them only had 1 grandchild, and I could tell it broke her heart that her granddaughter, who she loved so much, had decided to go down the transgender path. This is obvious that we have far more of this than we had when I was a child, and most people who have what they call gender dysphoria will grow out of it. Unfortunately, we have a policy right now pushed by the Department of Education in which we have to, I would say, encourage or tell people that this is an acceptable way to behave. And right now, the Department of Education threatening to withhold funds from school districts who don't, say, allow transgender guys into the girls' bathroom or such. So in other words, this part of the culture is kind of, I believe, encouraging an increase in this sort of behavior. It's not something that affects many Americans, but if it affects Americans like the grandmothers that I talked to, it is devastating. Realize that when they, as President Biden is, talk about it like it's a very positive thing. The result is I think you're going to have more and more people go down this path, and you're going to have more and more people who would have come out of it eventually stay in it. So it's something else that should be talked about. And is the reason we have such a big increase in transgenderism is because it was always there, or is it because our culture is making it a more permissive lifestyle, and as the result, encouraging children to go down this path? But in any event, that is 5 issues that I wish the press would take up in October. I wish they would publish, as it comes out, the new all-time record for people coming across the southern border. I wish they would focus on not only the excessive spending that leads to the inflation, but the even more excessive spending that virtually every Democrat in this chamber was prepared to vote for, about 3 times more than what became the Inflation Reduction Act. I hope that going into the election, the press weighs in. Should the United States continue the current policy of greatly increasing federal benefits if you don't have both a working man and woman at home? In other words, the policy of encouraging single parenthood at the expense of having 2 children at home. I hope the press focuses a little bit in the next election on, are we going to have people who will stand with the First Amendment, or are we going to have people who like to lean on our social platforms and say that there's certain things that Americans shouldn't know? And are we going to see whether we are going to use America's schools to continue to encourage the transgender lifestyle? And with that, I yield. I believe there's somebody after me.
The gentleman yields back.
There he is.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Today to lament the death of comedy in California, the death of satire in California, or more seriously, to lament a serious blow that has been struck against freedom of speech and a healthy democratic process in California. And that is because the California legislature has passed and Governor Gavin Newsom has signed a law explicitly designed to outlaw political parodies. We don't need to speculate about this being the purpose of this law because the governor said so directly. Several weeks ago, a parody video of Kamala Harris began circulating on social media. Governor Newsom reposted it, and he said, quote, "This should be illegal. I'll be signing a bill in a matter of weeks to make sure it is." And this week, he made good on that promise. The governor again reposted the parody and said, quote, "I just signed a bill to make this illegal in the state of California." So sort of on its face, a classic authoritarian move. A person in power sees speech he doesn't like, sees speech that threatens his power, and so he uses that power, uses whatever tools he has at his disposal to silence those who would dare speak against him, to make them go away. That's, by his own admission, in his own words, what he has done. Now, I will say there are legitimate issues when it comes to AI, deepfakes, voice cloning, generative video, and other tools that may be maliciously wielded to confuse voters and corrupt the political process. And there is room and perhaps even a need for regulation designed to assure that these tools are not abused. But that's not what Newsom is doing. By his own acknowledgement, what he is doing is banning parody. And parody and satire have been central to American political discourse throughout our history. From the founding era, with satirists lampooning King George, through the works of Mark Twain, through the advent of television, Saturday Night Live, through the present day with The Onion, The Babylon Bee, and all manner of parody and satire on social media. It has thrived as a way for artists, comedians, and the public at large to humble those who have become too powerful and to convey truths in a particularly compelling way. Not only that, but satire and parody are clearly protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution. The Supreme Court has long held that parodies of public figures are protected even if they are, quote, outrageous. And the court has long held that any satirical statement is protected so long as it cannot reasonably be interpreted as stating actual facts. So, in short, if a reasonable person could discern that something is a parody, then it's protected by the First Amendment. So the question when evaluating this new law would be, is it stepping over that line? And we have a very clear test case in the Kamala Harris video that, in the governor's own acknowledgement, was the inspiration for the law. It's exactly the sort of thing that the law was designed to stamp out. So let's just look at a few lines from this Kamala Harris video and see whether a reasonable person would actually believe that it's Kamala Harris. The first line of the video is this: I, Kamala Harris, am your Democrat candidate for president because Joe Biden finally exposed his senility at the debate. Now, would a reasonable person think that Kamala Harris said that when they see this video, that she actually made that statement? The video goes on. It says, if you criticize anything I say, you're both sexist and racist. Would a reasonable person believe that was actually Kamala Harris saying that in that video? Other examples, it goes on. I may not know the first thing about running the country, but remember, that's a good thing if you're a deep state puppet. Would a reasonable person believe that Kamala Harris actually said that? It goes on. Joe Biden taught me, rule number 1, carefully hide your total incompetence. Would a reasonable person believe that this is actually Kamala Harris saying, rule number 1, carefully hide your total incompetence? The video goes on. It says, my work on the border was, quote, catastrophic. Would a reasonable person think he said that? She said that? Now, one of the keys to effective satire, and you can judge for yourself whether this is effective or not, is that it actually does illuminate a deeper underlying truth. So one might argue, I would argue, that Kamala Harris's performance as border czar was in fact catastrophic. But a reasonable person will not actually believe that she is saying that herself in this video. So Gavin Newsom, in order to maintain that, consistent with the First Amendment, he can eliminate this video from our public discourse, would have to somehow argue that he thinks the public, a reasonable member of the public, would actually think that Kamala Harris would say those things. It makes you wonder about the regard that Mr. Newsom has for the public in California and across the country. But the better explanation for his behavior is just that he doesn't have any regard for the First Amendment at all. The courts have, time after time, struck down measures that he has signed on First Amendment grounds. It just happened again a couple weeks ago. It happened not that long ago with respect to a law that he signed that sought to punish people for supposedly spreading COVID misinformation. The legislature and Newsom had to repeal their own law after the court weighed in on First Amendment grounds. But this highlights a broader, very concerning tendency, not just in California, but across the country, where we have this brewing crisis of freedom of speech, which in many ways started at colleges and universities and then expanded to certain social media platforms and then became intertwined with the government. We got an acknowledgement of this recently from Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook, Meta, who said that he was indeed pressured by the Biden administration to censor content on his platform. And he acknowledged that Facebook was wrong to give in to that pressure. We're also seeing elsewhere in the world some alarming regression when it comes to protections for freedom of speech. And this has been, throughout U.S. history, one of the things that has set our country apart, is we have always had ironclad, or at least striven to have ironclad protections for freedom of speech. It's one of the things that's propelled progress of all kinds in the history of our country. I would argue that there is perhaps no greater threat to democracy than the suppression of freedom of speech. So the assault on free speech, led by Gavin Newsom and the Biden administration, is cause for great alarm by all Americans. Fortunately, I think there are some reasons to believe that the tide is starting to turn. Of course, the social media platform X has become a leader in protecting freedom of speech after we've learned about